Folks, let's settle down and ask everybody, especially our team up front here, to settle down. I'm going to call to order the March MTA Board Meeting. Let's hear the safety announcement, and then from the public speakers.
Your safety is of the foremost importance to the MTA. Therefore, we ask that you listen and adhere to the following instructions. If you witness an emergency, notify emergency personnel in the room and call 911 immediately. Please follow any audible instructions provided through the public address system or visually on screens in the event of an emergency. If an alarm sounds, wait for a public address announcement and follow instructions. If told to go to another floor or to evacuate the building, leave all unessential items behind and use stairwell A just across the main hallway, or stairwell B down the hallway past the elevators. If you have a mobility disability or cannot self-evacuate, please proceed to stairwell D or E for assistance by MTA staff or emergency personnel. An automated external defibrillator, AED, for use by trained personnel is in the main hallway just past the elevators. If you need assistance during an evacuation, please tell an MTA staff member or emergency personnel. Thank you, and have a safe day.
Thank you. Ms. Molina, public speakers?
Thank you, Chair Lieber. Good morning, and welcome to the MTA's board meeting public comment session. We have 44 members of the public registered to speak today. As a reminder, we ask that all public speakers adhere to the MTA's rules of conduct and decorum. I would also like to remind our public speakers that in the interest of time and fairness to all, we limit everyone to 2 minutes. Please be aware that there will be a warning beep to remind you that you have 30 seconds to conclude your remarks. Our first speaker will be Lisa Daglian, followed by Bhairavi Desai.
Good morning, I'm Lisa Daglian, Executive Director of the Permanent Citizens Advisory Committee to the MTA PCAC. It's Wednesday, March 27th, 2024, a date that will go down in history. I only wish our rider reps could join you in this monumental vote today. Today, congestion pricing takes the next critical step to becoming reality. That will mean better air quality and a reprieve for emergency vehicles, delivery trucks, buses, and drivers snarled in pollution-spewing, mind-numbing traffic. It will mean that transit riders around the region, New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, and beyond, will benefit from the tremendous investment to come from funds raised and reinvested in subways, buses, Metro North, Long Island Railroad, and the Staten Island Rail, accessibility projects, signal upgrades, station improvements, new train cars and electric buses, and essential state of good repair work, and bridges. This is a victory for the millions of us who rely on transit every day and for our region's economy. We applaud the decision to clarify some of the exemptions to include commuter vans licensed to TLC and to expand the definition of commuter buses. This will be particularly beneficial in subway deserts and for interstate, west of Hudson, and New Jersey riders. Yeah, there are still some who would throw up roadblocks, pick an excuse. We've heard it. We also heard the majority of speakers at the recent hearings testify in support of congestion pricing by a 2-to-1 margin. For those still grasping at straws, we've got some here for you. How about instead use that energy to make congestion pricing work for all our communities? Let's increase fares eligibility to 200% of the FPL and expand it to commuter rails in New York City. Let's create a weekly city ticket. Let's allow seniors and disabled riders to use their discounts in the AM peak. And let's look forward to the day when the 95% or more of the transit system is accessible, when frequency and reliability is a given for all New Yorkers. Congestion pricing is not just a good idea, it's the law.
Please conclude your remarks.
Where New York leads, the nation will follow.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Bhairavi Desai, followed by Christopher Greif.
Good morning. My name is Bhairavi Desai. I'm the Executive Director of the New York Taxi Workers Alliance. I wish this were a historic day of good proportion, but it feels more like a historic day of infamy. This is the day that the MTA has officially said to the yellow cab industry that you do not have a right to exist on the streets of New York City. Even though cabs are 1% of vehicle traffic, even though since COVID, the taxi fares are down by 62% from January 2019 versus January 2024. Even though 35% of medallion taxis are not even operational, they don't cause the congestion. And even with less cars, each individual driver that's working is still earning 39% less trips in 2024 compared to 2019. They work 6 to 7 days a week. They have none of the benefits of a paid job. They're barely making a minimum wage. This would be the third tax on their backs. They've already contributed $1 billion to the MTA since 2009. They've been charged 50 cents per trip before anybody else, and then $2.50 per trip since 2019. Uber and Lyft have a way out of that charge because if a customer requests a group ride, they only have to collect 75 cents. The MTA, Ms. Michelson, at the TMRB hearing itself said that Uber and Lyft, which by the way have 57,143 vehicles per day compared to less than 7,500 taxis, admitted that not only do they cause the congestion, but they've had more elasticity and they have more fare flexibility. What you are doing today, you yourself allowed these taxis to operate on
conclude your
the
remarks.
streets. There's not one taxi that was allowed onto the streets
Thank you.
without the approval of the state legislature. Shame on you. Taxis should be exempt.
Our next speaker will be Christopher Greif, followed by Deborah Greif. And as a reminder to all of our speakers, you're not to call out anyone other than the chair.
Good morning. I'm Christopher D. Greif. As an advocate for people with disability, years, as my fellow colleague who passed away 3 years ago was Edith Prentice, asked for congestion pricing. Seniors, people with disabilities, and veterans need to get where they have to go. We have cars, trucks, delivery trucks blocking access for us to get on or off the buses. We cannot blame the bus drivers. We can't blame MTA police. We cannot blame NYPD. Cars got to understand that a senior or a person with disability or a hidden disability needs to get on or off the buses. We need the congestion pricing to move on forward to the future of accessibility. We need it for a reason. Update not just elevators and ramps, technology, lighting, signages, much more we need. But again, we have a lot of vehicles, not just in Lower Manhattan, but in other boroughs as well. We have to remember, not every vehicle is truly accessible. There are some, but we still need to continue advocating and fighting. I'm asking the MTA Board to please support the congestion pricing for accessibility, because we need the funding to make sure that every station, and that's including updating our buses and accessory and our railroads, are fully maximal accessibility. I ask that, please. And I agree with my fellow colleagues. We need the railroad for the morning peak to get to Manhattan for reduced fare price. It is very hard to deal with all the prices. We understand we have the city ticket for $5 and rush hour $7. That I'm not complaining. I am glad we have that. Thank you and have a great morning.
Our next speaker will be Deborah Greif, followed by Chris Boylan.
Good morning. My name is Deborah Greif. I'm going to address I am very upset at a lot of people, not the MTA. It seems it's okay for the taxi industry and everyone to discriminate against a person like myself with disabilities. It's okay to say, not even think why we need this. I'm tired of having to calculate. If I don't use Accessoride, I have to take a bus to another bus to get to an accessible train station with an elevator, hoping it works, or have to go back to Stillwell to go up through a ramp. But you all think it's fun, the riding public. It's okay. You're complaining about the prices. You complain about people who are homeless or have mental health issues. Well, you know what? If the congestion pricing should go through and must go through, then the more funding can fix to make sure that I have more than one way to get on buses and subways, so that, and I do live in a technically transit desert when it comes to accessibility. It's not fair to me, because I would like to send the money that the MTA can collect, then the other monies can then treat people with mental illness and homeless appropriately, because you'll have the funding. But you don't look at it that way. So you still think it's okay to discriminate against persons like myself with disabilities. Well, it's going to stop, because you're all hypocrites, the ones who complain, congestion pricing hurts us. Too bad. I'm sorry. Live in my shoes trying to figure out how to get in and out, or have to sit in a half an hour or more in accessory to get here, because the cars can't figure out how to park. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Chris Boylan, followed by Jason Anthony.
Good morning. My name is Chris Boylan, and I'm here on behalf of the General Contractors Association of New York. But my remarks are flavored by the 21 years I spent here at the MTA, working on getting shaping the capital programs and getting the funding, which is really what this is all about today. At the GCA, we represent the heavy civil construction industry in New York. We employ about 25,000 craft and professional employees who build the roads, bridges, tunnels, and transit systems here in New York, which is what we're talking about today. The GCA has been supportive of your efforts to fully fund the 2020 to 24 capital program from well before the plan was approved 4 years ago, and today when you take the final vote on congestion pricing. We understand the importance of the $1 billion a year that the revenues derived from congestion pricing will provide to that capital program. But our support goes beyond that, because our families and our employees depend on the system to get around. So we have not only self-interest in terms of the work that our members do, but also our mobility needs. Our support for your capital programs go back to 1982, and it's much broader than one single revenue source. We've walked the walk and talked the talk in Albany, in Washington, down at City Hall, to help you make the case to get funding for your capital programs. It's part of what we do every day, and we know that as you approach the next 5-year capital program, you're going to need even more help and new funding streams. We'd be remiss to ignore the concern we share about the revenue drain from fare and toll evasion. Those monies could be better applied to accessibility, state of good repair, and even system expansion. But we know, sadly, that symptom is something that's out of the control of this board. But we appreciate what you're trying to do along with the city and the state.
Please conclude your remarks.
Symptoms. We'll continue to support and advocate for your plans, and we support what you're doing today, and we thank you for allowing us to speak. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Jason Anthony, followed by Andy Pollock.
Good morning, Jano. Good morning, Paige. And good morning to every single board member. Jason Anthony here from the Long Island Railroad 88 Task Force. Like I said on every single subcommittee on Monday, you guys have a task today. It's to vote on congestion pricing. Like I said on Monday, vote with your conscience. But keep this in mind. Remember that you guys have constituents that have disabilities, like myself, that have a mental illness. People with disabilities that depend on wheelchairs. Low-income folks that are on or below the poverty level. People that live in transit deserts. People that have to travel more than 2 hours to get to their destinations. People that live in transit deserts. People that have to travel more than 2 hours to get to their destinations. People that have to travel more than 2 hours to get to their destinations. People that have to travel more than 2 hours to get to their destinations. People that have to travel more than 2 hours to get to their destinations. People that have to travel more than 2 hours to get to their destinations. People that have to travel more than 2 hours to get to their destinations. People that have to travel more than 2 hours to get to their destinations. People that have to travel more than 2 hours to get to their destinations. People that have to travel more than 2 hours to get to their destinations. People that have to travel more than 2 hours to get to their destinations. People that have to travel more than 2 hours to get to their destinations. People that have to travel more than 2 hours to get to their destinations. People that have to travel more than 2 hours to get to their destinations. People that have to travel more than 2 hours to get to their destinations. People that have But I should remember to people of the press, there's a state across the Hudson that sued us. But it's your job to ask Governor Murphy and Congressman Judge Guyhammer to settle the lawsuit that has against us. And it's your job and your duty to ask the billion question. When you guys are going to settle once and for all the lawsuit that you guys have against the MTA, that we could have congestion pricing once and for all, or approved and have it done once and for all, that we could have it done and have it up and running. That's all I have to say for this month.
Our next speaker is Andy Pollack, followed by Miriam Fisher.
Good morning, Andy Pollack for the record, Passengers United. So before I get into congestion pricing, I quickly want to touch up on a couple of things. Number one, the tape at the bus stop at Union Turnpike and Lakeville Road, northbound, has been removed, so that's good to see that. Also, my concern about the turnstile at Kew Gardens Union Turnpike at 78th Avenue. Good news is I swiped my Metro card and the beep noise did get recorded. So that was very good. However, since last month, we've had a homeless individual sleeping at the 78th Avenue entrance past the turnstile. So hopefully that can be addressed. And if anybody's asking from Transit District 20, he's wearing a blanket all the time. So just keeping it in mind to them. Now let's get into congestion pricing. So today is a very important day. You know our stance, Passengers United. We are against the plan, and there are going to be severe economic consequences if this plan does go into fruition. Inflation in the borough of Manhattan is going to dramatically go up because once the truck drivers have to pay the $24 toll, they're going to pass it on to the consumer in the supermarket or the pharmacy, which is not good. And the inconvenience of the ambulance drivers, the teachers, taxi drivers, every first responder is going to feel the burden of this congestion pricing plan. So please do not, and I repeat, do not approve this plan today unless we hear from all the lawsuits filed by New Jersey and all other groups. So that being well said, thank you very much for letting me speak today.
Our next speaker is Miriam Fisher, followed by Jesse Figueroa.
Morning. Am I audible? Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, thank you. I support very strongly congestion pricing for reasons environmental, traffic congestion, and safety. It's someone hit by a yellow cab in a coma for 9 days with multiple lifelong injuries, multiple back surgeries. I commend the work by the MTA and disability groups for exemptions for qualifying people with disabilities and to address whether they are driving or being driven by others, as most are. I support elevator and escalator maintenance to reduce outages, which leave people without other choices stranded sometimes for hours. Mr. Critchlow, sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name, Senior Vice President of the MTA, testified previously that only 88% of the elevators are in service. That's 12% out. Most outages are privately maintained elevators. To the MTA, signed a legal agreement for elevator maintenance. Announcements of elevator outages, auditory and visual on the platforms, on the trains. This is from Washington, D.C. A digital announcement. The technology is there. Let's do this in New York. Bathrooms. 78 out of 133 only are accessible. Need more accessible bathrooms, open more. Benches are removed at stations such as 53rd and Lexington on the F and M lines, especially where homeless congregate. people need bathrooms, pregnant women, seniors, people with disabilities. This is what I see in my neighborhood. If this is visible, this is a leaning bench. Nobody sits on it. There's only one other bench
Please
in the whole
conclude your
station.
remarks.
Thank you for listening. Bye-bye.
Our next speaker is Jesse Figueroa, followed by John Banzer.
Good morning. Buenos dias, mi gente. Good morning, everybody. Jesse Figueroa here, U.S. Army veteran. I was born in this country. I was raised in this country. I served my country, and I will die for this country. I've been advocating almost 2 years, and please vote in favor of congestion pricing. We need it. We need accessibility. And I'm also, since I'm a disabled veteran with disabilities, I will not share. I have been a victim myself of being harassed, and it's not funny. And I will not let it happen. So please vote in favor of this congestion pricing. This is the future. Thank you. Thank you.
Our next speaker is John Banzer, followed by Patrick Condren. John Banzer.
All right, everybody, pay attention. I'm only going to go over this as many times as it takes to sink into all your heads. Listen very carefully. Any place that you've had these cameras, you've shown that you can put them up quickly. You're going to take them down, put them in the tunnels, and you're going to track the train whereabouts. You're going to use the Easy Pass badges to find out where the personnel are at all times. If you can't track where the trains and the personnel are, you can't track where my cars are. Second, any bus lane that requires 2 bus lanes up an avenue, we're going to reevaluate for trolleys. We're going to put the street cars back that are going to meet at handicap accessibility from 100% of the time from day one. That's going to give you time to fix things below ground because you are lackadaisical at best. Third, you're going to open the libraries. Call everybody you know that you have any access to. You're going to open my libraries first 7 days, then 24 hours a day. That way you'll have 24-hour cooling and warming places where everybody, including law enforcement and other professionals, can take their meal that's not in a cramped pile of crap car. Thirdly, this entire board, I am meeting with state senators. I am making a motion that every single member of this board receive lifetime bans from trading on the stock market. There's no way that I have to be economically disenfranchised from participating in activities in and around my state because you want to fill a budget gap because of a deal that was passed. It's convenient that the last governor is expressing regret over this, but no regret over all the disabled people that died during the pandemic, nor the $5 million book deal that the current governor decided to let him keep. I'm tired of hearing excuses. I don't need casinos. I need ways for people who want to think about something better can go and find a quiet book and pull a solution out of it. You do not have my permission to go forward with this. If you sell my data across state lines without regard for what place they're going to, it's going to be treated as an aggressive act. Essential workers made a big mistake of keeping everybody alive during the pandemic, and we're taking a lot of abuse, and it's not going to go politely, it's not going to go calmly. Take the cameras down, put them in the tunnels, save your face, look good, or, it's going to be convenient how fast they all disappear. It's up to you.
Our next speaker is Patrick Condren, followed by Daisy Paez.
Good morning. My name is Patrick Condren, and I'm a lifelong New Yorker, as you know, and in the bus business in New York City all my life. Having said that, we recognize that the congestion mitigation programs that have been a big effort on the part of the private bus operators and the MTA have been recognized that the same riding public is somebody that we carry collectively, and we recognize that there are some changes and clarifications, thank you, on behalf of the Bus Association of New York, the Bus Coalition of New York, and many of the private bus operators. Simply wanted to say thank you for this recognition of the fact that over 110 years, there are private bus operators carrying the same riding public. So we look forward to working with you and coordinating that riding public coming from here to there, within and from the New York metropolitan area. Again, thank you. Have a great day, and we look forward to congestion mitigation and working with you. Bye-bye.
Our next speaker is Daisy Paez, followed by Alita Dupree.
Good morning, MTA board members. My name is Daisy Paez. I'm a lifelong resident of the Lower East Side and the district leader who represents Assembly District 65, where the Excess and Delancey Street train station is the main hub for jobs, schools, medical facilities, and many other important destinations. However, it is becoming very difficult for people with disabilities, seniors, and for parents with strollers to use this train station due to lack access, namely an elevator. These people cannot simply depend on others to help them when it is the city's responsibility to provide all citizens with necessary accommodations, such as an elevator to reach any public transportation. The Excess Delancey Street station is an interchange between 4 stations, F, M, J, and Z, and 3 buses, M14, M9, and B39. According to the MTA's own statistics for 2022, Excess Delancey was the 27th busiest system-wide of 423 stations, and yet Delancey Excess is not easy accessible to many of the city's disadvantaged riders. The MTA just announced plans to make 7 more stations in Manhattan accessible, with not one in our neighborhood, and 6 of those stations with less riderships, and yet Excess Delancey is not one of them. I am presenting here today to the MTA over 13 signatures whose voices need to be heard but cannot be here today. I urge MTA to take these 13 signatures into consideration in our request. We want the MTA to commit to including elevator accessibility at Excess Delancey subway station in the MTA 2025-29 5-year capital, and more importantly, completing the project within that
Please conclude your
capital
remarks.
plan. Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Alita Dupree, followed by Rachel Faust.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Jano Lieber and members. Alita Dupree for the record. My pronouns are she and her. I'm with Team Folds, representing Skirt Folds. Wish I could be with you in person. I must say it is not easy for me being here, but I thank you for the welcome. I'm a person with profound disabilities, disabled Desert Storm veteran. It's not easy being here at meetings, but your welcome helps me to attend, and I thank you for that. I often speak about Grand Central Terminal, which I can never have enough of, and the subway, which is a system that is legendary and stately. I come to you with a consistent message, as I have shared with you who I am. That congestion pricing is essential. I've read the toll schedule. It's not perfect, but I think it's a reasonable start. I was climbing stairs in a BART station yesterday. Sometimes my knee acts up on me. I got to the top and I got through it. But at least in BART in California, we have elevators. And we're working to get elevators here in New York because some people can't climb stairs. I know many. And the congestion pricing will help us to get the elevators and the escalators and all these other things that we need in order to have the best subway and bus system and rail system that we can have. I hope for a consistent, fair policy. But anyway, I'm just letting you know how I feel. And I'm asking of you today to approve the congestion pricing program because it is an inclusive program, includes me. I look forward to your yes vote, and I thank you.
Our next speaker is Rachel Faust, followed by Megan Wiley.
Good morning. My name is Rachel Foss, and I'm the Senior Policy Advisor for reInvent Albany. We advocate for more transparent and accountable New York government, including for authorities like the MTA. At the MTA's public hearing earlier this month, Reinvent Albany was among the 60% of public commenters voicing strong support for congestion pricing. We congratulate the MTA board, staff, and Governor Hochul for facing down a tirade of negativity and parochialism and finally getting congestion pricing across the finish line. The MTA Board's approval of congestion pricing tolls today is a major public policy victory that will benefit millions of everyday New Yorkers who ride the MTA, as well as businesses across New York and New Jersey. It is also a win for MTA workers who stand to earn $3 billion from in-house capital project work funded by congestion pricing. Governor Hochul now needs to keep standing strong and make sure congestion pricing is fair and effective by ensuring the final state budget includes her executive budget proposals, giving the MTA the tools it needs to stop toll evaders and exemption cheaters. Unfortunately, these proposals were stripped from the budget by the Assembly and Senate. The MTA lost $50 million in tolls last year to fraud because of weak laws that, for example, don't allow play-obstructed devices to be confiscated. Lastly, we look forward to the MTA's release of new open data sets that will allow the agency and public to continually monitor and assess how well congestion pricing is reducing traffic delays, generating revenue, and inform how it can achieve the best possible results. Thank you for your consideration.
Our next speaker is Megan Wiley, followed by William Fern.
Hi, my name is Megan Wiley, and I'm the Director of Government Relations for the New York Building Congress. The New York Building Congress represents 500 constituent organizations and over 250,000 skilled tradespeople and professionals, including architects, engineers, contractors, laborers, and owners. On behalf of this diverse coalition, we want to share our perspective on the need for congestion pricing swift implementation. Now more than ever, it's clear that the only way we can create safer streets, improved infrastructure, and a better transit system that can serve New Yorkers for generations to come is through congestion pricing. Congestion pricing is a key step forward that will provide the MTA with more than $15 billion to complete much-needed transit upgrades and construction projects, like Phase 2 of the 2nd Avenue subway. With 50% of MTA capital funding on the line, we cannot afford to wait years for fruitless lawsuits to play out. We need to unlock this critical investment now. The New York Building Congress is proud of the work that our members have done so far with the MTA, and we're eager to get shovels in the ground once again on a project that can transform transit deserts into a vibrant transit-oriented district and move New York City into the future. We urge New Yorkers from across the state and the MTA and job sectors to come together to embrace congestion pricing rather than standing in the way. Thank you.
Our next speaker is William Fern, followed by Yeshivia Simmons.
Hi, my name is Bill Ferns. I live at 413 Grand Street, which is almost dead center of the 10002 zip code, which is Eastern Chinatown, Two Bridges, and the Lower East Side. I'm also a volunteer with the Senior Advocacy Leadership Team at the Manny Cantor Center. Some of my colleagues are here. You can see by these garish orange shirts. According to the U.S. Census info, 23% of the residents in our zip code are over 65. That is 40% higher than the New York City average. 26% of the residents in that zip code live below the poverty line, which is double the New York City average, and 80% of the households do not have cars. Yet despite the number of older residents and the obvious need for subways and better transit in our neighborhood, we do not have an accessible subway station that's closer than 1.2 miles away on 14th Street and First Avenue. The Essex Delancey subway station, as my colleague Daisy Byers mentioned, is a major subway interchange, and it is the 22nd busiest subway station in Manhattan. Manhattan has 120 subway stations. It's the 22nd busiest one. There are currently 42 accessible subway stations in Manhattan, and Essex Delancey is not one of them. There's an obvious neighborhood and ridership demand for elevators at this subway station. It is a major interchange to go to Brooklyn. My colleague Daisy mentioned 13 signatures. It's actually 1,300 signatures we have. And we are asking the MTA to commit to putting Essex Delancey on the next capital plan, I guess it's 2025, 2029. It's not published yet, but putting it on the next capital plan and ensuring that it's completed within that capital plan. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Yeshivia Sessoms, followed by Maddie Buckus Highland.
Good morning. Good morning, everybody. My name is Yeshiva Sessos, and I am a self-advocate from Brooklyn, New York. Today, I would like to speak about the fact that most subway stations in my neighborhood are not ADA accessible. I also want to advocate for more elevators in low-income areas, that low-income people with disabilities can use the subway. I know MTA has a plan to make the system fully accessible in 30 years, but I do not think I can wait that long. Please consider making the subway station in neighborhoods like mine in East New York a priority for ADA improvements. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Our next speaker will be Maddie Buckus Highland, followed by Valerie Mason.
Good morning. I'm Maddie W. Bucky's Highlands. Today, the Metropolitan Transportation Authority will vote on congested pricing and begin operation. While I do support having less cars on the road and more accessibility, I do oppose the $15 price of congested pricing. Whereas if I wanted to support it, I would like to cut the 3/8 and repeal the 3/8 sales tax. For example, to fund the transportation, let me give you one example. To fund the Transportation Trust Fund in New Jersey, they've raised the gas tax, but they cut the sales tax from 7%, and then on January 1st, 2017, cut it to 6.875%. Then again on January 1st, 2018, at 6.625% from an agreement from then former Governor Chris Christie. We got to realize that, congested pricing, we'll have to see how it is. And I would ask everybody on the April 29th and 30th meeting to please wear blue to support autism awareness. And please bring a friend with someone. I advise members and members of the public, board members and members of the public, to wear blue for Autism Awareness Month for April 29th and 30th. Thank you. God bless each and every one, and please have a happy Easter and a Passover. Back over to you.
Our next speaker is Valerie Mason, followed by Jack Nierenberg. Valerie, you can unmute yourself.
This could be a historic day, but I fear that it will be just another day in the history of the MTA where 3 years from now, we will look back and we'll see that nothing has been done. The congestion pricing mechanism is just debt service for $15 billion of funds for the 2020 to 2024 capital budget. Nothing more, nothing less. If the MTA was interested in prioritizing projects for the disabled that would give them access to the subway, then most of those programs would have already been funded. The money from this proposed bond issue will only go to that budget, and it represents less than 30% of the entire budget. It is ridiculous to think that this is going to fund more. MTA, you can do the right thing here. You can tell the legislature that this program will not do what it needs to do. You can get the funding you need from the governor, from other sources. Congestion does have to be battled, but a tax is not the way to do it. We should not be disrupting one community for the perceived benefit, which is skeptical, in other communities. This program still needs a full EIS done in a world that exists, not a pre-COVID world. We urge everyone to get behind the lawsuits that are happening. And the other thing I just want to say is, if the MTA votes in favor of this program today, that will not be it. It has to go back to the federal government. This is not a done deal, and people should not accept these stations that are up as being finality at all. We should get together, go to our legislature, and tell them to find another plan to fund the debt service. There are many sources. We pay taxes every day to fund the MTA through sales tax, through many means. And this is not the plan that New York needs right now. We need economic recovery.
Please conclude your
Thank you very
remarks.
much.
Our next speaker is Jack Nierenberg, followed by John Padula.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Jack Nierenberg, the Vice President of Passengers United. First of all, I'm very proud to report we had a very productive meeting with Chief Kemper yesterday, and we found out that last year, 103 police officers were assaulted in the subway last year. And so far this year, we've had 30 police officer assaults. So thank you very much for taking the time, Chief Kemper, if you're watching this. And if the subways are not safe for police officers, they're not safe for passengers either. So we're dedicated to taking our efforts to fixing that. And secondly, on the congestion pricing issue, I'm very glad to see the exemptions for the private commuter buses, but at the same time, for elected officials and the city-owned vehicles that transport them, that is outrageous. Elected officials have no right to impose this toll while at the same time getting exempt from it themselves. They're not above everyone else. They can easily afford to pay this. They're the ones who should be taking the trains. They're the ones who are contributing to the congestion on the roads. Our tax money also already subsidizes their vehicles. So for all of those people, especially those who have no other options but to drive into the city, that's an equivalent of a double tax on them. These people can clearly afford to pay it, and by allowing this to stay in the plan, it would be a prejudice move by the MTA, and it would be a stain on this agency. So I implore all of you, do not let this stand. Do not let this exemption go through. Us New Yorkers, we know how to fight back, and if this goes through, we will. Thank you.
Our next speaker is John Padula, followed by Ranji Kulwatz.
Oops, hold on, sorry. Okay, sorry. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is John Padula. I'm a supervisor with Educational Vision Services from New York City Public Schools. I'm also the chair of the Advisory Committee for Transit Accessibility. Jano, unfortunately, I'm here this morning to discuss my concerns with congestion pricing. But even more unfortunate was the fact that I was advised by the senior accessibility officer that it'd be a waste of my time to do so. And I don't know if I was irate, infuriated, or just bereft that it was also expressed to me that it's a bad look because I'm chair of ACTA and we need this money for accessibility. It's not a good look for you as chair. So I'm wasting some of my time to talk about what I deem as unprofessional, coercive, and perhaps ableist behavior by a person that's in a position of power. I do have concerns, and I know this money is necessary. This funding is vital for a myriad of reasons, and that's fine, but it has to be fair. People that live in the zone shouldn't have to pay the fee. You have to do the right thing by folks in Staten Island that have to pay the Verrazano and the Battery Tunnel to get in and out of Manhattan. Both tolls should be discounted off. And those of us that use Accessoride, e-hail, you want to talk about a double tax, or what I call a double shakedown? It's bad enough that on an e-hail trip I have to pay the toll, which is your toll, your bridge. Now you're going to charge me a congestion pricing fee on top of that. I'm already paying a $1.50 congestion fee. So 7 plus the $2.50 plus a $1.50, $11 tax. The subsidy for phase 3 better be meaningful. And I hope the people that are involved in this decision spend their time figuring out that data and phase 3 rolls out, rather than telling me what I should or shouldn't be doing or standing for. If you know me at all, I am viscerally allergic to Kool-Aid, and I will never roll over for anyone. My name is John Padula. Have a nice day.
Our next speaker is Ranji Kulwatz, followed by Chi Lok. Ranji Kulwatz.
Hi, good morning, everybody. I'm driving taxi from 32 years. We already collecting money for the MTA. I have a big loan on my taxi medallion. If we get other charges, we cannot survive. I'm working 6 to 7 days. So it's hard for us. We cannot survive. So please give us so we can survive. And I have friends, they cannot pay. They file the bankruptcies on the medallion. So please, I have a family. I have to pay my all the bills. Please don't charge us anything. So this way we can survive and we can give service to our community. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Chi Lok, followed by Richard Chow.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, MTA board members. My name is Chi Lok. I'm the immediate past executive director of UA3 and a member of SALT, Senior Advocacy Leadership Team. UA3 is a non-for-profit organization, and our mission is to create opportunities by connecting and building solidarity among vulnerable communities through combating food insecurity and inspire youth volunteerism and leadership throughout New York City. UA3 is located just 2 blocks away from the Essex Delancey Street subway station. At this location, we serve over 4,000 clients, mostly elderlies with food pantry services and other community needs. We specialize in distributing free fresh produce and PPEs, including facial masks, latex gloves, and hand sanitizers. By providing this food and goods, we hope to keep them healthy and well. When we start our food distribution at 10:30 in the morning, we make sure those individuals who are in wheelchairs, walkers, or with any kind of assistance, they are the first to be served. One of such of our clients is an 84-year-old daughter who cares for her 104-year-old mother in a wheelchair. As you can imagine, many of these clients will have a challenging time to maneuver down the several levels of steps to get to the Essex Delancey subway station. An elevator will be greatly improve people's ability, not just the elderly, but riders with disabilities, people with strollers, those carrying a heavy package in shopping carts, to maneuver around the very busy station. It will ensure everyone the opportunity to utilize the subway system regardless of their physical limitations. This aligns with the MTA's mission of providing safe, reliable, accessible transportation for all. The absence of an elevator at this busy station creates obstacle limitation. In closing, I urge MTA to commit the inclusion of a
Please conclude your remarks. Our next speaker is Richard Chow, followed by Vinod Malhotra.
Good morning, MTA Chairman and all board members. My name is Richard Chow. I'm a taxi driver, driving for 17 years, owner driver. I'm a New York Taxi Walker Line Union member, and taxis are paid first tax 2009, 50 cents, 2019, $2.50, total $3 trip going to the MTA. We already paid our share more than $1.2 billion to MTA. All the taxi drivers paid average $15,000 to the MTA. Taxi fares are down 60% before the COVID. A lot of owner drivers are filed bankruptcy. 9 drivers committed suicide, and my brother Kenny Chow among them. And I picked up LED elderly people with the grocery bag. The lady said, I have only $5. My foot hard, I cannot walk. Can you take me to the home? I said, please come in. They cannot afford to take the taxi because the too much surcharge. Every day we could lose one trip, 1 year we could lose $7,000 more. Taxi, yellow owner, you have to buy the new car every 7 years. Medallion loan, car loan payment, insurance, maintenance, gas, tax, the DLC fee, and the ticket. That MTA tax will be nailed the coffin of another driver or more. The London taxi, Singapore taxi are model of the congestion, the exemption for the taxi. New York City taxi must be exemption. We want the justice, we want the fairness, we want the exemption. Governor Hochul and MTA chairman, all the board members who can come into my cab, I will show to my real time what is it making the congestion, the street, not the taxi, okay? And then we want the fairness, we want the justice. No more suicide, no more bankruptcy. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Vinod Malhotra, followed by Tony Murphy. Vinod Malhotra. We'll move next to Tony Murphy. We'll move next to Patrick McClellan. Okay, we'll move next to Jean Ryan.
Hi, I'm Jean Ryan. I'm president of Disabled in Action, DIA for short. We're all in favor of congestion pricing. We need the money. We need the MTA to have the money for accessibility improvements, especially to make this whole system have elevators, because this hopscotching around trying to find one elevator and it's out and you don't know wherever you're going, you can't find an elevator that's there, and you have to backtrack on a bus or something like that, and if an elevator is out, then we really don't know where to go. So we need to have elevators in all the stations, and then we need to have the elevators maintained, because what good is an elevator if it's not working? And it's not only one elevator, but if one elevator is out, all you're going to do is be able to get to the mezzanine with the other elevator, maybe. Well, what good is it? We're not hanging out in the mezzanine, so we need to get between the street and the platform, and that's usually 2 elevators. So when we see how many elevators are out at a station, it's usually double the problem, because we can't actually just use one elevator to get out or get in or take the train. So we need to have all the elevators maintained, and we want you to settle the case. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Omar Vera, followed by Ali Ryan.
Good morning, everyone. And since I haven't been here this year, Happy New Year. I'd like to mention a couple things. First, I express full support for congestion pricing, but here's the thing. You should extend it to downtown Brooklyn. I know it's a long shot, but it's also pretty heavily congested there, too. And it's also a central business district, the 3rd largest in the city. Most people commute. They commute to basically those areas, like Midtown Manhattan, Lower Manhattan, downtown Brooklyn. So please consider that in the nearby future, not too distant future. Second, I'm also wondering when will the rollout on the R211 be complete on the 8th Avenue line, because we need to finish up the CVTC CBTC installation there. And in order for that to happen, the R46s need to be retired, or at the very least, like not run on 8th Avenue anymore. Because I commuted here based on a brand new R211A train, which is actually quite phenomenal. Although I do wish that you have things like USB charging ports. That was what we were told back in 2017 when we had that mock-up of the R211, but I did not see any charging ports, and I wish maybe we can retrofit with those. Oh, and one more thing regarding the R211 announcements on the A and the R179s as well. You should add the accessible station announcement on 181st Street, since that's my home station, since the elevators have recently been installed between the platforms and mezzanines on the 184th Street side of the 181st Street station, but it hasn't been updated yet. The announcements on the 179 or 211, please update that. With that said, thanks for having me here, and looking forward to the new toll.
Our next speaker is Allie Ryan, followed by Nader Henry.
Hello, my name is Allie Ryan, and I oppose congestion pricing and request that the congestion pricing fee structure be zero for all vehicles. I am one of 700,000 residents who live in Manhattan below 60th Street, an area that the MTA has misleadingly coined the Central Business District. My husband will have to pay $15 a day to come home from work in Queens. So that means for my family, it's $5,000 a year. I am not a paid lobbyist who supports congestion pricing. The MTA should follow the law and conduct an environmental impact study and examine the environmental effects, economic hardships, and equity of congestion pricing, and then come up with alternatives to address these issues. What does the MTA have to hide? I guess it's too difficult to fudge the data. The MTA environmental assessment is based on pre-COVID data. The EA acknowledges that congestion pricing will reroute traffic and increase air pollution in my neighborhood, the Lower East Side. The EA didn't take into account that East River Park, a 60-acre park along the FDR, is now destroyed, and a loss of 1,000 mature trees. No community should be subject to wait and see with respect to potential adverse health consequences, as the MTA is currently suggesting, and the uncertainty of funding any appropriate mitigation when the increased pollution occurs. The state legislature passed this plan and has the power to find alternative debt service.
Please conclude your remarks.
Thank you. I'll finish my sentence. In order to issue $15 billion of bonds.
Please
the
conclude your
budget
remarks.
process is ongoing, and they can and should do
Thank
it.
you. Our next speaker will be Nader Henry.
Good morning to all the board members. My name is Nader Henry. I am a member of NYTWA. And I hear in the news, but you take the taxi out. But that's not really you take the taxi out. Because the problem we have is that when you raise the 50 cents to $2.50, now you add $1.25, it becomes $4.25, and this TLC put $1, that's $5. And when the passenger come in the car, you see, when we push the meter once, he said, why my fare is so high? Now we have to give a lot of explanation. We see this is the city tax. We got to give, this is a lot for the taxi driver. And we have a big bill. Every time, even you say you don't put it in the driver, but you put it in the customer, and we lose the customer. Because most of them, they don't, especially your senior citizen, it's a problem for them. The senior citizen is a problem. Every time they come in the taxi, they complain. Because when we preach, I feel bad too, because they don't have money. And they fix income. You know what I mean? That means it's not easy. I think you have a lot of way, maybe. I don't know, but I'm not you got a lot of way you can compete to find that money. We can leave 125 cents. That's not big. You can find it someplace else. Or maybe, please do something. Maybe I say you're going to vote today, but if you, I don't know. But it's a problem for the taxi. If you look up, we have a lot of problems. Thank you very much.
Chair Lieber, we have reached the allotted time for this public comment session. At this time, we ask that the remaining registered speakers stand by as we transition to a separate live recording session. If you are a remote public speaker participating on Zoom, please stand by and wait for further instructions from the moderator. Thank you for your cooperation.
Thank you, Megan, and thank you to members of the public who joined us today. Moving on to the business of the meeting, General Counsel Paige Graves, do we have a quorum?
Yes, we have a quorum.
Okay, thank you, Paige. Before we proceed to the business, as I said, we have to convene an executive session to discuss matters related to collective bargaining. May I have a motion to convene an executive session pursuant to New York State Public Officer Law, Section 1051E? Mr. Mack, I have a motion. I have a second. Ms. Mahaltzis, all in favor? We're in private session. Thank you.
We heard you, and we've made some big changes to the MTA app. The new MTA app is the best way to navigate or plan your trip on the subway, bus, Long Island Railroad, and Metro North. Get up-to-the-minute arrival and departure info for all modes of transit. Track buses in real time. Set favorite stations, and see service changes that will affect your route. Book, modify, and track accessoride trips, and easily see elevator and escalator status anywhere in the system. We're just getting started, and your feedback will be crucial as it helps us improve later versions. For New Yorkers, by New Yorkers, all in the MTA app, now available on the App Store and Google Play.
This is a street in Midtown Manhattan. A typical street on a typical afternoon. Buses, trucks, and cars moving at a snail's pace, bumper to bumper. New Yorkers are always in a hurry, but we waste an average of 117 hours a year sitting in traffic. Scale that up to the region, and pretty soon you're talking real money. Experts estimate that gridlock costs $20 billion a year in wasted time and lost productivity. There are other costs to having 700,000 vehicles enter the central business district every day. Air pollution, noise, car crashes, slow ambulances and fire trucks, when saving seconds in emergency response could mean saving lives. It doesn't have to be this way. Congestion pricing is our best bet to finally address gridlock in New York. Fewer cars mean cleaner air, less traffic, safer streets, and better transit throughout the region. It's time for a city that moves faster, breathes easier, works better. Find out more at congestionreliefzone.mta.info. Starting this summer, drivers will be charged a toll to enter what will be called the Congestion Relief Zone, Manhattan including and below 60th Street. Today, this area has some of the worst traffic in the country. Cars, trucks, buses, cabs, and emergency vehicles stuck in gridlock. Excessive traffic means hours of time wasted, missed appointments, and air pollution. It also means ambulances and fire trucks waste precious seconds responding to emergencies. The new Congestion Relief Zone is a transformative opportunity for New York to finally address gridlock, reduce carbon emissions, improve public health, boost the economy, and make the city a better, cleaner, and more pleasant place to be. The toll revenue will be used to make more subway stations ADA accessible, modernize subway signals, buy electric buses, and generally improve transit. It's a win-win. Drivers will get to their destinations faster, and transit users will get better subway, bus, and train service. Find out more at congestionreliefzone.mta.info.
We heard you, and we've made some big changes to the MTA app. The new MTA app is the best way to navigate or plan your trip on the subway, bus, Long Island Railroad, and Metro North. Get up-to-the-minute arrival and departure info for all modes of transit. Track buses in real time. Set favorite stations and see service changes that will affect your route. Book, modify, and track accessoride trips, and easily see elevator and escalator status anywhere in the system. We're just getting started, and your feedback will be crucial as it helps us improve later versions. For New Yorkers, by New Yorkers, all in the MTA app, now available on the App Store and Google Play.
There is no New York without mass transit. Subways, buses, and commuter trains provide millions of families from the Rockaways to Wakefield and from Mineola to Norwalk with a stepping stone to opportunity, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. By charging drivers to enter the most crowded parts of the region, congestion pricing will not only reduce gridlock, it will also secure critical funding for transit improvements. More elevators, new electric buses, modern subway signals, new subway, Long Island Railroad, and Metro North train cars, improved safety, better service. Congestion pricing will make transit faster, more accessible, and more reliable for everyone. For more info, visit our website, congestionreliefzone.mta.info. New York, the city that never sleeps. Bumper-to-bumper traffic, cars, trucks, cyclists, and pedestrians vying for precious street space. Tailpipe exhaust fumes, honking. It doesn't have to be this way. With congestion pricing, 100,000 fewer vehicles a day will enter the area of Manhattan, including and below 60th Street. Less traffic means cleaner air, safer streets, less time wasted sitting in gridlock, and a better quality of life for all of us. For more info, visit our website, congestionreliefzone.mta.info.
We heard you, and we've made some big changes to the MTA app. The new MTA app is the best way to navigate or plan your trip on the subway, bus, Long Island Railroad, and Metro North. Get up-to-the-minute arrival and departure info for all modes of transit. Track buses in real time. Set favorite stations and see service changes that will affect your route. Book, modify, and track accessoride trips, and easily see elevator and escalator status anywhere in the system. We're just getting started, and your feedback will be crucial as it helps us improve later versions. For New Yorkers, by New Yorkers, all in the MTA app, now available on the App Store and Google Play.
This is a street in Midtown Manhattan. A typical street on a typical afternoon. Buses, trucks, and cars moving at a snail's pace, bumper to bumper. New Yorkers are always in a hurry, but we waste an average of 117 hours a year sitting in traffic. Scale that up to the region, and pretty soon you're talking real money. Experts estimate that gridlock costs $20 billion a year in wasted time and lost productivity. There are other costs to having 700,000 vehicles enter the central business district every day. Air pollution, noise, car crashes, slow ambulances and fire trucks, when saving seconds in emergency response could mean saving lives. It doesn't have to be this way. Congestion pricing is our best bet to finally address gridlock in New York. Fewer cars mean cleaner air, less traffic, safer streets, and better transit throughout the region. It's time for a city that moves faster, breathes easier, works better. Find out more at congestionreliefzone.mta.info. Starting this summer, drivers will be charged a toll to enter what will be called the Congestion Relief Zone, Manhattan including and below 60th Street. Today, this area has some of the worst traffic in the country. Cars, trucks, buses, cabs, and emergency vehicles stuck in gridlock. Excessive traffic means hours of time wasted, missed appointments, and air pollution. It also means ambulances and fire trucks waste precious seconds responding to emergencies. The new Congestion Relief Zone is a transformative opportunity for New York to finally address gridlock, reduce carbon emissions, improve public health, boost the economy, and make the city a better, cleaner, and more pleasant place to be. The toll revenue will be used to make more subway stations ADA accessible, modernize subway signals, buy electric buses, and generally improve transit. It's a win-win. Drivers will get to their destinations faster, and transit users will get better subway, bus, and train service. Find out more at congestionreliefzone.mta.info.
Okay. Coming back to order. Mr. Sif, coming back to order. While in executive session, the board discussed and voted affirmatively on labor agreements between MTA and various labor unions. Our Chief Labor Relations Officer, Anita Miller, has a resolution for board consideration. Anita?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On behalf of TBTA is seeking board approval to adopt into Chapter 693 of the laws of 2023, Senate Bill 6339, Assembly Bill A6571, for all sworn members of the Supervisors Officers Benevolent Association and Bridge and Tunnel Officers Benevolent Association.
Okay. May I have a motion? Ms. Mihaltzis, second Mr. Chu. All in favor? Any opposition or abstention? The motion carries. Thank you. Thank you, Anita, and thank you for the work that went into getting this labor resolution. Okay. Take a few moments for my remarks. Good morning, and thank you to everybody who's joined us, especially to our public speakers. Today we welcome 3 newly confirmed board members. Mira Joshi, who's the Deputy Mayor for Operations for the City of New York. Welcome, Mira. Mark Herbst, the Executive Director of the Long Island Contractors Association. Mark, we're thrilled to have you on the board. Not here, long plan, school vacation, Dan Garodnick, the Chair of the City Planning Commission, will be a great addition to the board. So thank you to Dan as well. And we also get to welcome back reappointed members, Mr. Fleischer, Michael Fleischer, and Sammy Chu. We never noticed you were gone, which is probably a good thing, but we're glad to have you back among us officially. You all couldn't have arrived at a more significant moment as this board prepares to vote on the proposed tolling structure for congestion pricing, which was recommended to us after a pretty involved process by the statutorily created Traffic Mobility Review Board. You're going to hear from the TMRB chair, Carl Weisbrod, in a few minutes. Where's the clicker? But I want to use my time today to talk about safety, something that's top of mind for all of us at the MTA all the time, and which is especially on riders' minds this week, this month. On Monday, you heard from Chief Michael Kemper of the NYPD that overall crime is down more than 15% in March, and that the 30% reduction in crime levels that has happened since January has resulted in year-to-date 2024 crime statistically being barely above last year. But this is scant solace for commuters who are understandably shaken by a string of super high-profile crime events. The February 29th slashing of the conductor, the shocking video from that fight on the A train back on March 14th, a fight that resulted in gunshots, and most recently, the horrific murder that took place at the 125th Street and Lexington Avenue station on Monday night. The victim in that case was pushed in front of a number 4 train in an unprovoked attack by a man who has a long history of violent behavior and a history also of mental illness. Several arrests going back years, more than a few in 2023 alone, including in 2023 for a felony assault with a weapon. This is a nightmare for New Yorkers. No amount of promising statistics can offset the fear and discomfort that MTA riders are feeling right now. Let me say this, and this is personal. We are not surrendering our city to anyone, not to criminals, and not even to the people who have severe mental health issues, although we feel a ton of compassion for them. For millions of New Yorkers, there's no alternative to mass transit. They need to live their lives, they need to go to work, they need to get to school, they need to get to medical appointments. There's no New York for them without mass transit. We are going to keep working with the police and the mayor and the criminal justice system to make sure that anybody who represents a threat to our riders, for whatever reason, is kept out of the subway system. That's why I am thrilled that Mayor Adams has decided to deploy a stronger defense at the fare gate, surging 800 officers into the system to interdict fare evaders and anyone who wants to make trouble and violence, to interdict them at the fare gate as part of the new Operation Fair Play. As we always say, not every fare evader is a criminal, but virtually everyone who does something to harm riders did not pay the fare. We see it again and again and again. So far this year, the NYPD has seized 17 guns from people stopped in the system. That's a 113% increase over the same period last year. This is before this new surge. And they also confiscated 300 blades and weapons of other kinds. That's a 53% increase in weapon seizures overall. 316 weapons seized so far this year in 2024 compared to just over 200 in the same period last year. Now we're going to create an even stronger barrier at the turnstile. Governor Hochul's already deployed the National Guard, hundreds of them, and while they don't have policing powers, they are helping to staff the fare areas in a way that allows the NYPD to spread out their footprint even further. Listen, I grew up in New York riding trains at a time when crime and subway breakdowns were much more frequent. My kids grew up in a different subway era. They were able to come and go and come in, at all hours of the night on the subway feeling safe. We're not going back. We're not going back. As long as I'm the MTA chair, we're not giving ground to anybody who wants to do harm to our riders, and we're going to do everything to make sure that other people who have authority and the ability to take action do so. That means, among other things, let me go back here. What is this? Among other things, all right, you're going to let me do it, please? Okay. We keep getting it wrong. There you go. Not going back means also, in addition to deploying police officers, we have to deal with this mental health crisis. And that means funding the new scout teams, as Governor Hochul has in fact done. These are the clinicians who are trained in the New York State mental health law and who, with police officers standing behind them, are prepared to do the involuntary commitments that are necessary in some cases to get people who are struggling with serious mental health problems out of the system. You're going to hear more about this because this is so important from Jeremy Fagelson, who's a special counsel to the MTA, right there in a moment. Jeremy developed this program together with the City of New York's mental health experts. We can all see that there are a lot of people, and this has increased dramatically in the post-COVID era, there are a lot of people who are struggling with severe mental illness in the public space and especially in the subways. It is having a disproportionate impact on our riders' sense of safety or the lack of it. And it's also, needless to say, terrible for those people who are struggling and being harmed by being in the public space. I think New Yorkers at this point have collectively recognized that it's urgent for these folks to get out of the public space, out of the subways, to be brought indoors, and God willing, to get into some kind of treatment on the road to a better life. But we've also got to do something about repeat offenders who account for such an inordinate amount of transit crime. This is something that my team and I discussed with the TW Local 100 leadership last week at a very important meeting we held with Chief Kemper and the leadership of the NYPD Transit Bureau. And we talked about it again, and that's what the photo is, when we went with the TW to Bronx Criminal Court, where we came together to support one of our station cleaners, Anthony Nelson, who was brutally attacked on the job more than a year ago, and he is still very much in recovery from those terrible injuries. Anthony's attacker had 13 prior arrests, many of them violent. It's outrageous. Recently, we have been going to courts, many of MTA leadership, Rich Davey especially, to stand with transit workers seeking justice against their attackers. And we're not going to stop until those who have power on this issue do something about this chronic problem of recidivism and the impact it's having on our workforce. To keep the pressure on, the MTA is actually hiring a full-time criminal justice coordinator to track every case so that we can be present, so that the folks who are making the decisions about bail and charging and penalties see the faces of the MTA workers who have been harmed and their families, and also of us, because we are responsible for them and care about them. I believe that change is on the way. This month, the governor convened the first meeting between the NYPD, the state, and representatives from all 5 district attorneys' offices in the city of New York. We were there as well. NYPD stats showed that last year, I'm going to keep on this, guys, 38 people who committed 43 attacks on MTA workers were arrested. They had between them 1,100 plus prior arrests, 1,100. But only 11 of them to date have actually been indicted. On a broader scale, in 2023, 124 people, just 124 people, with 7,500 plus lifetime arrests, committed something like 20 to 25% of all the subway crime. So we have said to the DAs and other folks who are involved with the decision making, we are going to be providing you with information on those people. We want you to focus on them. We press you to take heed of those stats and make sure that an offender's criminal history is noted at the time of arrest and fully considered in charging and bail decisions. And we're going to keep pushing Albany and others to consider expanding the use of transit bans. Right now, the law of the state of New York only allows a transit ban on someone who's convicted of assaulting a transit worker, and only after a final disposition, and I think even only after they've, as an alternative to incarceration. And it seems to take years and years for transit bans to apply. I think that bans ought to apply to anyone convicted of an assault in our system. We take away people's driver's licenses for DWI. Why shouldn't bans apply when someone's arrested for a violent transit penalty, for example, as a condition of release? We do that in domestic violence cases. You impose conditions of release even as a case is pending. Why should our MTA employees or our customers have to return to their commute fearing they may have to face the same person who attacked them the day before or the week before? Riders and employees deserve to have peace of mind using the system. Their safety has to be our top priority, and our system has to be ready to take action to make good on that. So that's the topic I really wanted to emphasize today. We're obviously going to take important actions, but first, as I said, let's hear from Jeremy Fagelson about the Scout program, which is starting to attack in a new way the mental health crisis in the subways. Jeremy.
Great. Thanks, Gianno. This program really arose because we felt there was a need for a new resource that would be laser focused on our hardest cases, the ones who our riders tell us over and over, the folks they see in the subway every day, they break our hearts, and our riders say candidly sometimes scare us. And can we please get them to help more effectively and faster? So we sat with our outreach workers, we sat with our police officers and said, what do you need to attack this problem more effectively? And what we heard from both groups was we need each other. The outreach workers said, if you want us to really dig in with the most challenging clients, we have safety concerns of our own. We love it when we have police presence full time. It makes us feel safe. It makes us feel able to do the outreach work. And the police officer said, give us the outreach workers. We need their mental health expertise to really get these people to care, because that's the goal, care, not enforcement, where possible. So the Scout team is what grew out of those discussions with the officers and the outreach workers. I want to start by introducing my colleague Brian Stetton to my left. Brian is the mayor's senior advisor on severe mental illness. City Hall has been an incredible partner on this. I want to acknowledge Brian, DM Joshi, Mayor Adams himself, who gave the go-ahead for this program when we were starting it, for the city contributions, DM Williams Isom, and many others in city leadership. This wouldn't be happening without that partnership. What it is, in a word, is co-response. That is what's increasingly seen as best practice nationally, internationally, of pairing up police officers and outreach and mental health resources on a single team that goes out together. They've been out there in the subways for about 90 days so far, and what the mandate is, if you see a, call it an average homeless person, honestly, we ask these teams to walk on by, find the folks who appear to be having acute psychotic episodes, who are deeply service resistant, who seem to have been in the subway way too long, the kind of person who anyone would look at them and just say, please, let's get them to help today. That's the client base for Scout. It's early days, but we really like the results we're seeing. We've got a little over 90 folks out of the system so far into shelter, into care. When I say shelter, we focus on what are called safe haven and supportive shelters with resources, better quality shelters where service-resistant clients are more willing to go, more willing to stay. And for hospital transports, that includes medical cases. It also includes so far 16 involuntary transports to the hospital for psychiatric evaluation, with an outstanding track record of getting those clients actually admitted to the hospital and beginning on a care journey back to hopefully a stable setting in the community. And we're very fortunate that the governor has gotten behind the program and is providing $20 million to expand our pilot, and we're going to do that just as fast as we possibly can. So why are we doing this? The phrase you see on the screen, the last, the least, the lost, I'm borrowing that from Michael, who's one of the nurses in the program. He says that's why he does this work every day, is to help the last, the least, the lost. So we've sort of adopted that as our slogan. We know from the city's hope count that tonight about 2,000 unsheltered New Yorkers are going to sleep in the subways. And we know that many, many of them have what we would call an SMI, severe mental illness, typically or most commonly schizophrenia or bipolar disorder. The other key reason to do this is because of what we hear from our riders. We survey our riders regularly, as I think everyone in this room knows, and consistently the top concern that we hear back from our riders is erratic behavior. See that yellow bar at the top, the single thing that would make people most willing to use the system, they tell us, is fewer people behaving erratically. That yellow bar would keep going on out to the right if you add in other responses like concerns about the homelessness, concerns about personal safety more generally. But that one particular category stands out survey after survey after survey. And the other reason we wanted to launch Scout is because co-response is seen increasingly as the right way to go. And Brian, do you want to talk a little bit about the approach?
Sure. Good morning. Pleasure to be with you all and to share information about this really important and a promising new program. I think it's worthwhile to say a little bit about the law on severe mental illness removals. That is the legal standards that allow us to take action when we encounter somebody in a parapsychiatric crisis and bring them to a hospital, because from the city's perspective, one of the things that has stymied our efforts over the years to get help for this population, to bring people out of the subway system, off the streets, and into a care system, is a pervasive misunderstanding of that legal standard. And a lot of the problem here is that the law is unfortunately more vague than it ought to be. We have legislation now in Albany where we're hoping to have some more explicit language placed in the law to give clearer guidance. But the essential legal standard to bring somebody from a community environment to a hospital requires, first of all, the appearance of mental illness, that is, they are exhibiting mental illness symptoms in some way, and secondly, that the person appears to be a danger to themselves or others such that it is appropriate for them to be evaluated by a physician in a hospital to make a determination about whether that person should be admitted to the hospital. And the danger to self or others part of this is is where the vagueness comes in, and where the law really should provide more guidance than it does. I think that what it means to be a danger to others is reasonably straightforward, but there has been a very narrow construction, narrow understanding of what it means to be a danger to oneself that has been problematic over the years. And obviously that includes a person who is suicidal or is facing some imminent risk of physical harm, and certainly people in those circumstances should be considered potentially dangerous to themselves. But that has really kind of left out this real wide swath of individuals that we so routinely encounter, which are those who are dangerous to themselves in the sense that they cannot meet their basic human needs of food, clothing, shelter, and medical care. And so when you think of somebody, again, and it has to be someone who is also exhibiting mental illness symptoms, right? We have to check both boxes. But when you think of someone in that circumstance who is filthy or might have lice or has a terrible smell and just obviously taking very poor care of themselves such that it's clear that they're on a very, very bad trajectory, the fact is we don't have to wait until that risk of harm is imminent. Although the law itself doesn't make this as explicit as it should, we do have case law, most prominently the Billy Boggs case from the 1980s, that makes clear that that person should be considered a danger to themselves and should be brought to a hospital for evaluation. So making that more widely understood by all the professionals that we rely upon to make sure people do get care, from the street level, the subway level, to our hospitals, and for that matter to the judges who ultimately make determinations, has been a major priority of our administration. And this work that we're doing with Scout is really a logical extension of that, because what we are communicating very strongly to our clinicians in the training, that as we've set this program up, is that they ought to be thinking about individuals in this circumstance as being dangerous to themselves, and if they can't persuade them to come to a hospital on a voluntary basis, exercise that authority under the law, which again is not an end in itself. It's not that we're hospitalizing people as if that is the goal. It is the first step on a journey to get people back into the community in a least restrictive setting, but safely and stably.
Thanks, Brian. And what you see on the screen on the left, that's a memo that the State Commissioner of Mental Health, Dr. Sullivan, put out about 2 years ago to try and clear up this misunderstanding that Brian's talking about and help the medical community and the first responder community begin to understand that this basic needs standard is very much part of the concept of danger to self, and that those who have the power to carry out involuntary removals should sort of correct that misunderstanding and act on the correct one. So I want to show you a little bit about how Scout actually works in the day-to-day. The program literally begins every morning here at 2 Broadway with our clinicians and social workers, nurses, police officers meeting together around the same table, debriefing on how yesterday went, planning the day ahead, deciding which stations they're going to hit. In this case, beginning at stations adjacent to our building, which are some of our hotspots for the behavior and the clientele that we're looking at. You'll see, if you see them walking through the station, the clinician is literally out front. They're in charge. It's their show. They make the clinical decisions, and the officers are there for safety and support. The clinicians you're seeing on the screen, one's a social worker from the City Department of Health and Mental Hygiene, the other is a nurse from the City Department of Homeless Services. The officers come from our own Metropolitan Transportation Authority, Police Department. I want to thank Chief Mueller, Pat Warren, our Safety and Security Officer, for their leadership in making MTA PD resources available. What you see here is client engagement. Obviously, we're not trying not to show you client faces here, but this is an actual client engagement which ended very positively with a voluntary placement to a safe haven shelter. I said the clinicians are literally out front. You see that top left with our nurse, Amid, literally leading the officers into the station. A key element of this program is the continuity of staffing. It's not an overtime gig. The same nurses, same social workers, same police officers, day in, day out, working together, getting to know each other, trusting each other, and I think that comes through in that picture at the top right. I can tell you that when we brought them in for the first day of training, they all sat on opposite sides of the room, and today they can't get enough of each other. They're incredibly supportive of one another and thrilled to be working together. We've talked about the involuntary removals, and Jana showed you a picture of one earlier. I want to show you how that story ends. Jana showed you the removal happening, the client being loaded into the ambulance. This is, bottom 2 pictures are the arrival at Bellevue. Key function of Scout is to stick with the client all the way into care. Ride along to the hospital, and then that picture on the bottom right, literally walking into Bellevue, and the mandate is to stay there as long as they have to, be advocates with the triage nurse, the psych resident, the hospital staff. There's also a terrific partnership from central office at City Health and Hospitals and the Bellevue psychiatric leadership. Harlem Hospital is our catchment hospital for northern Manhattan. While we can't talk about specific cases, I'm not going to comment on the outcome here. I can tell you that, as I said before, the track record so far has been absolutely outstanding, exceeding the success of any outreach program that we know of in terms of actually getting people connected to care. Sort of walked you through the key elements already, I think, but that's sort of a snapshot. I just want to focus on one thing here, which is the help right now mindset at the bottom left. These teams are out there dealing with people in urgent need. The instructions to Scout are do whatever you can to get them out of the subways and into care right here, right now. It's not about, we'll see you again next week, we'll see you again next month. We want them focused only on the clients who really need the help right away, and to not shy away from the involuntary power where it's appropriate and necessary, although most of our placements are actually voluntary. So far, as I said, the team's been in the field about 90 days. Typically, we've got one team operating in northern Manhattan, one team operating in lower Manhattan. We started with Manhattan because it has, as this room knows, I think, the most stations and the most ridership. What you may not know is it also has by far the most complaints from customers about the type of behavior that we're trying to respond to here. So that's where we're going, where the clients are. Almost 2/3 of our placements so far voluntary to shelter, typically, as I said, the higher quality, the safe havens. When I say we're reaching the hard cases, just a couple of examples. Some of the voluntary placements have been people, when our teams speak to them, they literally cannot remember the last time they slept in a bed. They tell our teams things like, I know I've been out here for years, but I can't remember how long. We have had involuntary placements of one client who was known to be lighting fires in a station, another client who told our outreach teams that he wasn't in the subway, he was in Iraq, and that the outreach team was hostile troops surrounding him in the desert. That client went to Bellevue. So we feel we are meeting the mandate of reaching the folks who really urgently need the help and doing a really good job of getting them connected to care. We had press come along, actually, the day that trip to Bellevue that we've shown you pictures of. I just thought you might like to see the comment on the right, which I can tell you is representative of the public reaction we're getting so far to the increased use of the involuntary removal power. When Ellen on the right there says it's about time. That's what most of the commenters are saying in response to the coverage we've seen. So what do we do next? This is part of the governor's 5-point plan to improve subway safety, and we're thrilled to share with this room that the governor is providing $20 million for the expansion of Scout. What are we going to do with that? We're going to go beyond our 2 current teams, which operate just in Manhattan. We're going to add coverage in the 3 other boroughs where the subways operate. So later this year, we'll be in the Bronx, we'll be in Brooklyn, we'll be in Queens. Especially excited about that because that will improve our ability to do rapid response when we get complaints, referrals from the police, from other outreach partners, from MTA employees about active situations. We'll have a greater ability to get out there and respond when people tell us about a situation that's sort of live in progress and causing concern. And the funding will allow us to get up to 10 teams by the end of next year. We're going to build them carefully, build them right, continue to handpick the outreach workers who really want to be doing this work and the police officers who want to support it. And we'll also be able to build out an assessment of the program. We want to continue to improve it, learn from it, and do better and better. So that's a little bit about Scout. Again, just want to close by thanking our city partners, from Brian on up to Mayor Adams himself, and happy to take any questions.
I just want a point of clarification, Jeremy, because I think it's important for the public to understand. My understanding is, you're very selective. Your clinicians are very selective about who they spend time on, right? I mean, that they're not approaching every homeless person who they interact with in the system. Just could you clarify that for folks?
No, you said it exactly right, Jana. The Scout teams are there to address only the hardest cases, the most deeply entrenched, the most service resistant, people who appear to be having mental health episodes. It's not a resource that I would encourage, for example, a member of the public to walk up to if you see them in the station and say, can you come help this person on the bench over here? Chances are they've seen that person on the bench and it just doesn't meet the profile for the program.
And sometimes the clinicians elect not to pursue bringing some homeless people indoors, correct?
Happens all the time. If the person doesn't meet the legal standard and isn't at the level of need that this program calls for, then the client walks away. That happens actually more often than not. And one thing that might surprise folks in this room or in the public to know is that those people who are sometimes deeply disheveled, appear to be really out of it, can actually be entirely mentally coherent. The team showed us a picture the other day, and we looked at it and said, well, you must have brought that person in. And the answer is actually no. We talked to them for 20 minutes. They were 100% there mentally and psychiatrically, and they chose not to come in, and we let them go.
Okay. All right. Ms. Barbas, are there comments? Mr. Albert and Mr. Brigham.
Yeah,
Ms. Barbas.
very good to hear the program. Is there a 6-month follow-up to those who are then, or whatever time period?
Do you want to talk about that?
Yeah, we're actually tracking the individuals who come into hospital care through Scout over time. We're tracking them in real time every day. And we're obviously limited in data we can release because much of it is sensitive and confidential health information, but it's certainly one of the metrics that we're taking very seriously in evaluating the success of this program. And what we're seeing so far is highly encouraging.
Okay, so it's over a time period you feel comfortable with.
Absolutely. And I'll also emphasize that the coordination we have with our city hospital system, with our Health and Hospitals Corporation, is an essential element to making this work, because we're really working hand in glove to make sure they know when someone comes in that this was a removal initiated by Scout, make sure that all the information that led to the concern about how the person was behaving in the subway system is understood by the doctors who are making the evaluation whether to admit that person, and all the follow-up care that must take place from then on, including coordination with our Department of Homeless Services, is also an essential element. And these are all seats at the table in how we're thinking about Scout.
Good to hear. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Brigham, then Mr. Jones.
Yes, sir. If the average person comes upon one of these individuals, how do we get that information to the Scout team? How do we notify you or the Scout team that, hey, there's somebody at the Herald Square station or something that obviously is in need of a Scout person? How do you do that?
Great question. The best way for any member of the public to report a situation is through the MTA's customer care channels. There's lots of them. You can tweet at us. You can use our online portal. There's a function in 311 that allows a report. And we've got folks triaging and deciding, what gets referred to what kind of resource. Some situations get referred only to the police, some to city outreach. And increasingly, as we build out more Scout teams, we want the most acute situations, the ones that today would typically get a pure police response, to go to Scout instead.
Okay. Can we is there possibility of doing some sort of publicity on that? Maybe just posters in some of the subway stations. If you encounter such a person, here's the procedure, here's how you go about notifying.
Okay. We have done some of that in the past, and we're planning to do more of it in the future, and we'll stay in touch with you about that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we're doing a lot of different messaging now on the subway. We've got Safeguard Your Stuff. We've got the dealing with anti-subway surfing campaigns. No secret, we're also educating our riders about congestion pricing. But that is also really important, so thank you for that question. Ms. Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much for this presentation. It's extremely informative. My question is, when does the supportive housing component come in? We know there's always a shortage of beds in hospitals, especially to deal with mental health, but there's also a shortage of housing, supportive housing programs, units, et cetera. If you could just comment on that, because I'm very interested to know how that's working.
Yeah, thank you for the question. It's obviously, as you point out, a very pressing need. It's something that we are, I think the state is as well, very focused on ramping up to meet the larger demand that we face. I will say that in the meantime, we are prioritizing people who come in through Scout, as well as people who, we've talked a lot as a city about our top 50 list, clients who are among the most challenging who we encounter, and many people who come in through Scout wind up on those top 50 lists, and so we're able to prioritize the resources currently available for this population because we think they are so direly in need of them. It's an ongoing process to get to the point where we have ramped up the capacity to serve more, those efforts are ongoing for sure.
Can I just insert on this? Just recall all of us that the state lost a ton of inpatient psychiatric beds during COVID. They were converted for COVID use, understandably, but there was some resistance. I don't know if I would say resistance, but they were slow to come back. The governor and her team have made a priority of pressing the hospitals of all kinds to restore their inpatient psychiatric beds. So we have now much more capacity than we did even 3 months ago. And in addition to that, partly through the efforts of these two gentlemen, the state and the city have actually opened new psychiatric beds, including at Wards Island, the New York Psychiatric Center,
Right.
that big facility you pass if you're driving to LaGuardia, you know it. It's on Wards Island. Jeremy, anything else I've missed on that topic?
Wards Island, just to say a little bit more, next time you drive over the RFK, look over to the side at those towers. There are 50 beds there. They're called transition to home units. They were created at the governor's direction specifically for subway and street homeless with severe mental illness. And there are Scout clients sleeping in those beds, some of those beds tonight.
Yeah, I'd just like to congratulate Jeremy particularly and the Scout program. I've been concerned from the very outset at the fact that other efforts in the past have had teams that were barely making more than minimum wage to be the outreach workers. And they didn't have the skill sets to do this work. The fact that you've understood that, I think, is a major step forward, and I'll do anything I can to support its expansion. This is what's necessary, real clinicians backed up by MTA police. So congratulations for what you've done.
Thank you, and I just want to give another nod to Chief Mueller. Every police officer who goes into this program goes through a 2-day crisis intervention training curriculum from the State Office of Mental Health. So the officers are there for safety and support, but actually with a deep understanding of the human needs involved.
Deputy Mayor Joshi.
Thanks. I just have more of a comment, and really congratulations. This is a tremendous interagency effort that started with the Subway Safety Action Plan, and a number that sticks out to me, and it goes to the point about supportive housing or 6-month checkup. Where does this story end? Just in fiscal year 23, we have about 1,000 placements in permanent housing from the Subway Safety Action Plan. So we truly are not just bringing people out of the subways, but getting them connected to the services and ultimately a regular bed, a regular bathroom.
Good capstone for this discussion, so thank you for that. With that, I think we're going to move on. Thank you again, Mr. Stetton, Jeremy. We'll move to the part of the meeting that many folks, including those with cameras, have been waiting for, the toll schedule for the congestion relief zone. Little recap. In 2019, almost 5 years to the day from now back, legislation was passed requiring the MTA to develop and implement a congestion pricing program, requiring the MTA to do that. Before we bring the action to set those toll rates to a vote, I want to take a step back and look at what all of us at the MTA, have accomplished in the 5 years since the legislation was enacted. I asked Rich Davey, putting on his old consulting hat, where you become an expert about everything that everybody else does, to pull all of this together and to get to recap that for all of us. Then we're going to hear from Carl Weisbrod, who all of us know as, in his last, most recent public role as the chairman of the TMRB, but who's been a civic figure in New York for generations. And we're so grateful to Carl. Carl and I know each other from, I think it's 1979. Juliet's generations. Juliet Michelson is going to update us on what's transpired since the MTA board received the TMRB recommendation, both the public comments in the hearing process and the clarifications that have emerged. And then lastly, we'll bring the proposed toll structure to a vote. So with that little outline, Rich, would you kick it off?
Sure. Thank you, Jennifer. Thank you for outing me as someone who's going to report on the good work, well, candidly, of my fellow agency presidents. I think I drew the short straw as the rookie still of presidents. Jano makes the joke sometimes that folks believe that congestion pricing was conceived by him, maybe over-imbibing at a family event. But taking a 5-year look back, this was done by the state legislature. And they asked us to be the implementing agency to do that. Let's see. Is this working? Yes, no, maybe so? Wonderful. So as Gino mentioned, we're almost 5 years to the day when the legislature enacted congestion pricing. And why was it enacted? Because of this. In 2017, the Summer of Hell occurred. And this sadly was not an uncommon scene in our subway system. Reliability was poor. Stations were overcrowded. Customers were not happy with the transit system. And the governor and the legislature, the board at the time, leadership took action to say, among other things, we need to invest in a system that works for our customers. By the way, this was not only the cover of one newspaper, I think it was on the cover of 2 newspapers here in the city back then. So 5 years later, where are we? Well, we're providing better service, we're providing a better experience, we're providing better infrastructure, and we're delivering all that, in particular on the infrastructure side, better, faster, and cheaper. First, on service, the numbers don't lie. On-time performance, subways from 2018 is up 17%, thanks to Demetrius Critchlow in the back and the 27,000 men and women that work for him. The Long Island Railroad and Metro North continue to break records into this year, by the way, in terms of on-time performance. This is among the crown jewels of how you measure performance for any transit system on the planet. And as you can see, over 5 years, we're delivering great service. It's also more reliable. Why? Because we're investing in the infrastructure. We get excited about Second Avenue subway as we should, and IBX, which we should, but the core of the system needs to be invested in, and that often doesn't have constituencies that's cheering it loud. Well, we are, as agency presidents, to say if you want to continue with this good service, we need to invest. So, with a modern signal system on the 7 line, you can see, this is not rocket science, we go from 67% to over 90% on-time performance. We're seeing customer satisfaction be the best of any of our lines in the 7 line. And as a 7 line user every day, I can tell you running service during rush hour every 2 to 3 minutes, it's pretty impressive how many folks were able to move every day. And paratransit. Chris Pangilinan gave a great report on Monday. We have improved our on-time performance. We've actually made it tougher on ourselves to deliver for our customers. February, we had 80% customer satisfaction, the highest ever. Now, I know we continue to want to focus and do better for paratransit, but we are delivering really good service for folks that 3-4 years ago, 40%, 30% of our customers were saying they were satisfied. Today, it's double that. And we're adding more service. There's sort of a concern, I think, that I do want to mention a little bit, that we're not ready for congestion pricing. Well, we've added 1,200 more subway trains a week. We've increased service, as you can see, across over a dozen lines, reducing headways by 20 to 25%. We'll be adding more service this summer. And it's middays, evenings, and weekends that allows for that. And it's not just in the subway. Grand Central Madison. Now 40,000 daily riders use a station that didn't exist a year ago. Pretty impressive, to say the least. And not to be outdone, for Long Island Railroad, adding, for example, a 50% increase for our customers who are in Eastern Queens, reverse peak, and more direct service into Manhattan. We continue to add more service, not only because we're preparing for congestion pricing, but because New Yorkers have been asking for it. And today we heard some impassioned pleas, as we often do, from our customers who either are representing folks who are disabled or who they themselves are disabled. And have rightfully said they've waited too long for previous boards and other leadership to take action and make our system accessible. We are taking action. In the last 5 years, 28 of our stations have been made accessible. And our capital plans going forward have ambitions to make our system close to fully accessible in the next 30 years. And I know, knowing Jano, he will push us to do better than that. It's also more secure. We know in particular that our customers are telling us, and I do want to give a shout out to the Scout team, we hear it from our employees as well, that it's making a difference in the system. But making our system more secure, adding cameras 5 years ago, there was maybe a camera every other station. One of my favorite phrases, pull out your Rich Davy bingo card, is we have more cameras than a Las Vegas casino. That's because the investments that the team has made over the last 5 years. And now we're adding cameras to our subway cars. About 20% of all of our trains now have cameras as well. And if Chief Kemper were here, I probably can channel him. He would say it is helping deter and solve crimes in our system. And more comfortable. Long Island Railroad, the concourse at Penn Station, I was told, ironically, there was a 20% bump in customer satisfaction. Now, I don't know if it's because less people are bumping their heads on the pillars and the steel. That was low, but we know that our customers are having a better experience in our stations as well, given the work that, in particular, Jamie and his team are doing. And not to be outdone, Metro North, we've made significant investments in the environment as well. White Plains Station, for example, you can see the before and after pictures, again, to make the wait and the experience more comfortable. And while the capital side has been critically important, we have been finding ways, all the agencies, but finding ways to improve how we're cleaning and how we're improving just the station environment without massive investments. And so, we kicked off that renovation program in New York City Transit about 18 months ago. We've renovated almost 70 stations across the system to make it the environment more comfortable and inviting, and our customers tell us survey after survey that they're noticing the difference and appreciate the work. We're also making our service more convenient. We've redesigned and are redesigning our bus networks. The Bronx has, as we did last year, gone incredibly well. We are moving forward with Queens and Brooklyn, and as this board knows, I think the public knows, in many instances, we haven't redesigned those networks in decades. Some still follow old trolley lines that were ripped out. Now, I'm not exactly sure where we got the picture on the right. There's no traffic in the bus lane. Maybe I had just gone and given tickets. I suspect that this is probably a picture from the last solar eclipse, because I never see busways this clear. But, it's critical for us to continue to invest. Frank and the team are doing that later this year with our ACE program to get cars out of our busway. We're making it more convenient, too. Open Loop and Omni installed in every subway station and bus. We continue to make improvements there, but one of the things that I often hear from customers, particularly those customers from out of town, is this is the thing they love the most about our system and wondering why it can't be delivered to theirs. Our train time app on the railroads has been a huge boon to customer satisfaction, and just this week, our IT team at headquarters rolled out a new app for subway and bus to, so far, rave reviews from even some of our toughest critics. So congratulations to Shanifa's team and the IT team for rolling that out. We're also making it more affordable. Fair Fares has been a great partnership with the city to get New Yorkers who are struggling to afford our system into half price. We're working closely with the city to make sure our customers know that this is available and that they can sign up. And as mentioned, the city ticket is providing opportunities for our customers to get on, our commuter rail network within the city. Over 7.5 million tickets, by the way, city tickets were sold in 2023. Goodbye 1964. Forgive us for anyone born in 1964 earlier. We're not saying goodbye to you. Carl, maybe you qualify for that given what was said by the chair earlier. I don't know. He's smiling. But we don't want him to go by. That's the point. But for our vehicles that were delivered 50 years or more, we're bringing new service to our customers. In fact, we have 12 R211s right now in service on the A and the C lines. And the back shops, something that I think we often don't talk about, but these are the locations where, hundreds of our employees, our mechanics, our maintenance staff are making sure that those vehicles are getting out to service. And let me tell you, there are some old facilities we have out there. Some of our bus facilities, for example, are literally old trolley barns that have been converted. But again, thanks to the investments we're making, so in Staten Island at the Clifton shop, for Metro North, Harmon Yard, we're able to maintain the equipment that this board in particular, by the way, is making investments in, which is critical. And then on the resiliency side, again, we've had conversations at this board many times about both heavy rains and coastal storms. We've been able to invest billions of dollars to make sure that from flash flooding to, as you can see on the right, Coney Island Yard, which was flooded during Superstorm Sandy, we're making significant investments to harden our assets and make sure as those storms probably and unfortunately continue with climate change that we're ready to deliver service nonetheless. And more sustainable. Obviously, I think Jano said we've been fighting climate change since 1904 here because that's what public transit does. But we have our own, shop to clean up, if you will. And our goal is to convert, for example, our entire bus fleet to zero-emission bus by 2040. That does not happen without investment, not only in the vehicles, but more importantly in those shops where we'll be charging or providing hydrogen for our vehicles to continue to be on the road. And on the construction side, delivering better, faster, and cheaper. So from the Canarsie Tube to Third Track and across our core infrastructure, Jamie and the team have been delivering projects that are complex, projects that in part impact our services, but are delivering on time and on budget. We'll be next week opening up back at Roosevelt Island on time and on budget for our customers there. We continue to deliver not only good projects, but projects that matter to the reliability, as I mentioned earlier. And delivering it, as I said, cheaper. So over $900 million versus the estimates from 2020. So whether that's A plus B package, for example, how we're doing our ADA packaging, but finding ways to reduce insurance costs and other costs associated for the contractor community that can pass those savings back on to MTA. And more efficient. Obviously part of the conversation last year with the legislature and the governor to help us, we were required to, the agencies in particular, to find ways to be more efficient, which we are delivering this year. So the $400 million commitment to provide more efficient service without impacting service, without cutting jobs or headcount or freezing vacancies, finding ways to be more efficient. And across the board, we're doing that in the agencies. And more transparent. Budget books and paper books before, we are trying and have succeeded in delivering, more transparent information to our customers, to the media, to folks who hold us accountable to see how we're doing. I think it's fair to say we probably are one of the most transparent transportation agencies in the U.S., but there is a ton of data out there, obviously, that we use to improve, but that, our riders and other folks use to hold us accountable and, frankly, to give us good ideas on how to improve as well. And with congestion pricing, we can keep up with this momentum. Here's a map of the representative projects, some of those that are known and some of those that are sort of behind the scenes that congestion pricing will fund. Some of these have been delayed or deferred, but we can keep up the momentum. We can keep up the momentum and continue to deliver on what we've been able to do the last 5 years. So what hasn't changed in the last 5 years? Congestion. My offer still stands to any elected official from a leafy suburb. If they want to come to my neighborhood, Hell's Kitchen, it's generally congested all of the time. That has not changed in our city. There are neighborhoods that have been crying out for help for decades, and this investing in transit and implementing congestion pricing will help those neighborhoods, I believe, deal with the effects of air quality, pollution, safety in our roads, emergency vehicles getting around our city, and investing in transit. The stakes are high. I mean, I would say this. I'm not sure if this was a plea, but I'm going to make a plea. This board, over the last 5 years and before, you voted on capital plans, you have voted on contracts, you voted on schedule changes, you've given us the tools to do what we've done the last 5 years. Give us the tools again. That's what congestion pricing is going to do. It's not only going to improve our city, but it's going to allow this management team that you hold accountable to deliver good service to deliver it. Give us the tools. We'll get it done.
Thanks, Rich. I think it's really useful for us to have a little trip down memory lane of what's been accomplished since the congestion pricing legislation was enacted 5 years ago. So with that, we're going to hear from a man who's only very slightly older than I, Carl Weisbrod. Carl Weisbrod. And again, kidding aside, I meant that all as an expression of respect and appreciation, because Carl is, no, seriously, folks, there's nobody who has more encapsulates the working in the civic enterprise during the whole trajectory of New York's recovery. This is a little personal because, those of us who came up in the Koch administration when the city was recovering from its bad years know there was a generation of people who helped to facilitate that, and Carl is a leader of that generation, and we just want to once again say thank you for what you've done in this last episode. So, Carl.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate your attempt at recovery here. I think you could have used a kinder word like decades instead of generations. But I will say to Rich Davies' survey and really review of the last almost half century or more that I started riding the subways well before 1964, and I date my baseline as the era before air conditioning, and so it's really come a very long way, and I thank the MTA for that. It's really an honor to be here today. It's a historic day, I think. I am particularly gratified about what's before you today in terms of embracing the recommendations of the Traffic Mobility Review Board with very, very minimal tweaks. I really want to thank my colleagues on the TMRB, Kathy Wild, John Banks, Elizabeth Velez, John Durso, and of course a special thanks to Juliette Michelson, who the MTA graciously seconded to us as our, in essence, de facto staff director, and we couldn't have done our work at all without her guidance, for sure. I'm only going to speak for a few minutes, but I want to talk just briefly about the at least the principles that guided us in our work. And you probably all heard me say this before. There were really three major overarching principles that guided us. One was how can we address this for the many in the region, not the few in the region, focus on the many, what's best for most people. Second, how do we keep the baseline charge as low as we possibly can while meeting the goals of the program. And third, how do we keep it relatively simple so that the public understands what we're doing and that it doesn't take an encyclopedia to figure out exactly what the charges are, when they are, and what they're for. But let me start with the principle of what I mean, and I think what the TMRB meant by for the many, not the few. And it is at various different levels. First of all, and most importantly, it's for the people in the region. It's congestion pricing, we know, is going to produce less pollution in the region, less congestion in the region, and a better economy for the region. And that's why most business groups in the city support congestion pricing. That's why Governor Hochul and Mayor Adams in their New York plan supported congestion pricing as an important principle. We have never, in thinking about congestion pricing, we never lost track of the fact that this is a benefit not just to New York City, but to the region as a whole. Second, of course, and Rich Davey touched on this, the many, many transit riders in the region. We know that well over 1,300,000 people commute to the Central Business District by transit every day, and that's close to 90% of the commuters to the region. That's the many. About 30,000 people commute to the Central Business District by auto. And so when we think about the many, not the few, we also are thinking about the million-plus people who commute to our Central Business District by transit. And then third, even within the category of drivers, how do we fashion a program that is going to be fair to the many as opposed to the few? And that has been a central part of our thinking. I'm not going to discuss each element of the program. I think they're all before you right now. But as you know, while we had broad discretion in terms of what our recommendations could be, they were to some extent limited by two factors. One was statute itself, which limited what we could recommend to a limited extent. Second was with respect to the environmental assessment and the final sign-off on the environmental assessment. And with that in mind, we made a few decisions that I think were critical to at least our recommendations. One, and perhaps most importantly, we recommended that instead of our ability to recommend a congestion toll on both entry and exit, the fairest approach, the approach that most people would understand, was to charge a toll on entry only. That's what causes congestion, when people come in, not when they leave. And so we immediately focused on limiting the congestion charge to entry, not to exit. Second, we did want to protect, as much as we could, low-income drivers and workers, particularly workers who are working the nighttime shift and who depend on their cars when transit options are less, when safety considerations are in effect. And so we expanded greatly the number of hours that would be covered by a discount fare. And we discounted the fare, recommended a fare that was a much deeper discount than that which was required. And third, we increased the discount for low-income drivers for the first 10 rides from 25% off the congestion charge to 50% off the congestion charge, mindful of the fact that the number of low-income drivers who actually commute to the city every day is very, very limited in Manhattan, as the work of the Community Service Society has shown. Third, we recommended that charges for taxis and FHVs should not fall on the driver, but should fall on the paid passenger, and spread that by recommending an increased per paid passenger toll for FHVs and a per paid passenger toll for taxi riders, half that of FHVs. And finally, we recognized that we wanted to provide as few exemptions as we possibly could. And that was really for two reasons. One, obviously, the more exemptions, the higher the base toll, and we wanted to keep the base toll as low as we possibly could. But secondly, the more exemptions that we grant, the more, or recommend, the more people who don't get exemptions feel that they were left out or that we were being unfair. And the fairest way to do it, we felt, was to provide as few exemptions as possible. And so we essentially recommended only two. One, to exempt commuter buses that were an essential part of our mass transit system. And we also suggested to the MTA that it take a hard look at school buses to see if school buses should be exempt as well. And we're very pleased that the action in front of you today does recommend that school buses that are under contract to the City of New York should be exempt. And second, we recommended that certain city-owned vehicles that are used to benefit the public generally also be exempt. And I'm glad to see that that's been likewise addressed. So with that, I will say that we're very pleased with the work that we did. We're very pleased with the recommendation before you. And we really, along with you, look forward to a day when congestion pricing in the very near future is implemented and the capital program of the MTA can go forward as proposed. Thank you.
Thanks. So, just before we go forward with the action, Juliet, would you clarify what adjustments have been made as part of this action being proposed?
Yes. What we're asking you to vote on today, as Carl said, is really basically the TMRB recommendation with 2 points of clarification. You mentioned buses. The TMRB had recommended for us, the MTA, to look into how to make sure that yellow buses could be exempted for the trips that are for the purpose of transporting students to and from school. In working with the city, we are confident that we can achieve that goal by exempting specifically those yellow buses that are contracted with the Department of Education. We're also clarifying that any bus providing scheduled commuter services and open to the general public will be exempt. That's in addition to the commuter vans licensed through the TLC that was already in the TMRB recommendation. The second clarification is around specialized specialized government vehicles, I'm sorry. So the TMRB's recommendation was to exempt those vehicles that were specifically designed to conduct public works. Tree pruning truck, pavers, those sorts of vehicles. One thing we have learned since then is that in addition to those types of vehicles that I just mentioned, there are other New York City vehicles that are absolutely needed to conduct public work in the city. And just to be clear, we are not talking about vehicles whose primary purpose is to move personnel. We're not talking about commissioners' vehicles. We're not talking about elected official vehicles. Those are specifically and categorically not exempt. What we are talking about are vehicles that are carrying equipment or tools, or where the vehicle is itself needed for the public work. So NYCHA vehicles, carrying tools for building maintenance, or DEP vans carrying water metering equipment, park department's pickup truck with trees or tools in the back. Those are the types of vehicles, that need to do work on a frequent basis in the zone, and those are the vehicles that we will be exempting. What we're talking about here is fewer than 5,000 vehicles. That is a small share of the city fleet. And for the purposes of transparency and good government, we will be sharing this information on open data, which types of vehicles are exempt, how frequently they enter the zone, et cetera. We're doing that for MTA vehicles as well. So that's it. So those are the only 2 points of clarification that we have made to the toll structure that we're presenting to you today.
All right. With those clarifications, General Counsel Paige Graves will introduce the motion. We'll introduce the action. We'll call for a motion, and then there'll be opportunities for folks to comment directly. Paige.
Yes, thank you. Included in today's board materials are the Central Business District Tolling Program Toll Rate Schedule, the CBD Charge Schedule, staff summary, and related board resolution, which seeks the board to approve 3 things. 1, adopt a schedule of toll rates for the use of the Central Business District, the CBD Charge Schedule, under the Central Business District Tolling Program operated by the Triborough Bridge and Tunnel Authority, doing business as MTA Bridges and Tunnels, TBTA. The second, authorize the president of TBTA or her designee to take all such steps that may be necessary and desirable to establish, implement, and permanently adopt, pursuant to law, the CBD charge schedule. And third, finally, authorize the chairman and his designees to take such steps as may be necessary or desirable in order to complete the administrative process necessary in advance of the board's consideration of any necessary CBD charge schedule changes in 2024 as may be warranted.
Thank you. I will make the motion. Do I have a second? Ms. Joshi, thank you. Discussion. Mr. Zuckerman.
Thank you, sir. I could just start by saying you said it all, Carl, but why not? I'll just talk for a while anyway. So first off, congratulations, Mr. Chair, for getting to this day. This legislation is 5 years old, and it's taken this vision, first set by Mike Bloomberg a couple of decades ago, to come to fruition. So it is now congestion's pricing time to come. I'm not going to talk about the benefits of the legislation for traffic or environment. Others can make those points. I'd like to talk from my perspective about innovation economically, and that it's time to move forward. So I'll take the first one first. Congestion pricing is an innovation in how we fund our capital needs. Let's not forget the revenue is 100% dedicated to capital for fixing infrastructure, making accessible our system, expanding our footprint. Our needs are large. Our debt levels are sufficiently high to the point where the MTA needed to identify, thanks to the governor and the legislator, recurring and stable source of capital dollars. So here we are, able to get $1 billion of additional annual new revenue to bond approximately $15 billion of bonding, or nearly a third of our 2025 to 29 capital plan. These new dollars are coming from the few, I think, Carl, you said it very well, the few who still want to drive. I think of congestion pricing as a good nudge. My daughter is graduating from UChicago, and one of their more famous professors is Richard Thaler, who talks about nudging people. And the nudge here is that maybe it'll get people out of their cars and reduce traffic. And if not, well, it's a good source of funding for us. I'm not thrilled about a new expense to be borne by any New Yorker. It's an expensive region to live in. We see it in home prices and food prices, entertainment, and certainly taxation, and yes, transportation. But it is the greatest city on earth. And is it that part because our transit system, because it makes it so navigable? And it's expensive. I mean, we used to say it was $1 trillion asset. Now it's worth about $1.5 trillion. And if you just put 1% every year to fix your house, you know, our house is $15 billion a year. And I think that's cutting it close. And that's before we add anything new, no disability improvements, no added service. So that's a lot of money, folks. And that's what we found. We found a new funding model to do that. And my hope is we are the first in the nation, but not the last. I expect the story, actually, the interesting story will be what cities are going to come next. Who's going to think, well, that makes a lot of sense. They've made it work. So I'm proud that we're going to vote for this. I'm proud that we're going to make this innovation. It's taken a heck of a long time. And so it's a little coded to the second point about speed. I'll just say the following. When I was a pilot in the Army about 6 million years ago, generations ago, it feels like, I flew the Huey, which was definitely generations ago. We'd have a long mission, and we talked about this phrase. They called it get-home-itis. You know, oh my God, you got to get home. I want to take a shower. I want to go do this or that. Well, I got to tell you, after being on this board for nearly a decade and spending half the time talking about congestion pricing, I certainly have get-home-itis when it comes to this thing. And I'm ready to vote. I'm even ready to pay my $15 because on the rare occasions I drive to my office, which is in Hudson Yards, 30th and 10th, I'm going to stick a crowbar in my wallet and pay the $15. But most importantly, as the chair of this agency's finance function, which I'm deeply proud to be, I'm ready to stabilize our capital budget's source of funding, and I'm going to vote yes.
All right, we're going to, I think, Mr. Jones, Ms. Valdivia, Mr. Mack, Joshi, and onward. Thank you.
I, too, am going to vote yes, strongly yes. And I'd like to really thank both the staff and Carl, another fellow from the Koch administration. But, okay. But I think we should celebrate this as a win for all New Yorkers, funding the infrastructure, the subways, buses, and commuter rail, while at the same time reducing congestion and helping to clean the air. This is a trifecta that we think is critically important. But this is particularly important. And what brings me to this, I've been on for almost a decade as well with Neil. My organization, the Community Service Society, has been fighting for the needs of the working poor for 180 years. So the joke has become that I was not there at the beginning, but I'm starting to feel that way. And essentially, we've been looking at the question of what impact, if any, this provision and this legislation might have on working poor people commuting into the central business district. And we did 2 reports, and Carl mentioned 2017 and 2022, finding that less than 2% of the working poor use cars to get into the central business district. That's 5,000 people. And even with that, this plan provides special discounts even for that small number. This plan, however, is going to be vital and is vital for working people, whether they're home attendants, working in hospitals, cleaners, to get to work. And they're the important sinews of New York City. And for that reason, I really am affirmatively voting for this provision. It's a great step forward.
Thank you. Ms. Valdivia.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to the TMRB and Carl for being here, and special thanks to Allison and Juliet and Kathy for shepherding all of this along. So, you know, I don't need to say this is an important vote. You know, I was late today. Don't worry, it wasn't the train, because like many other parents, I was running late after dropping off my toddler. It's hard to wrangle a toddler at home. And of course, the subway got me here in record time. So time and time again, I think it's clear that subways are the best way. Subways and buses are the best way to get into Manhattan. And so, one, thank you to the transit workers who got me here today. I really appreciate that. As some of you may know, I've worked on this policy for years, maybe not as many as the folks around the room, and so really respect and admire the work that you've all done to get here. We know this has not been an easy journey, But nothing is more powerful than an idea whose time has come. And that's what Victor Hugo said. And we've heard from many people over the course of the public hearings, the public input process, that global cities that enact congestion pricing, there are real benefits that people see every day. Better public transit, smoother running streets, meaningful reductions in greenhouse gas emissions. So that's why we're all here today. And what really resonated with me from the public comment period was folks that said, we need a city for people. And that's what New York City should be, city for people. 60% of public comments we heard were in favor of this policy. Hearing from families that suffered from traffic violence was especially compelling. People want to feel safe crossing the street, and I know sometimes I struggle with that with my own kid in Manhattan. And I think Neil was saying this before, New York has to be a leading city, leading in the nation in championing our environment, investing essentially in our public transportation. So I'm really excited and proud to vote yes today. We have to ensure, though, that the tolling program delivers on the promised benefits for New Yorkers, and I just want to put that as top of mind. I know the staff has done a super diligent process, a careful job in the planning phase to ensure that the program is equitable and it delivers on the environmental impact in terms of positive benefits. But we all need to see the data once this operation starts. And I'm really eager to see the air quality data, the traffic data. And I'm also really interested in how this will impact the taxi industry. And so that'll be something that we'll coordinate with, I'm sure, the Taxi and Limousine Commission. I spoke last time that I thought taxis should have gotten an exemption, but I see that it is better than what was originally intended in the legislation, which talked about $15 per trip to $1.25 per trip. So I do believe that there was thoughtfulness in attempting this, but I am really interested in seeing that data. The MTA is committed to making the data available online, and so I am eager to see that move forward. And I ask our fellow board members to keep our eye on the ball when it comes to that data, and let's be vigilant in making sure that this program works. The vote has been a long time in coming. I'm proud to vote yes. I understand that it's an extremely complex policy, so super impressed by the staff and the team and the chair for shepherding this along. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Mack, Deputy Mayor Joshi, Mr. Chu, Mr. Herbst, then Mr. Albert.
Carl, thank you for your work. We go back again from the Koch administration. My concern is a vibrant city coming out of COVID, the vacancy rate of office buildings, the major companies leaving New York and going south. My other concerns is that we won't fill, and you'll have a debacle in the city because of people working at home. I'm voting no at this moment. But I would like to save the city first. Don't kill the goose that lays the egg.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mack, Deputy Mayor Joshi, Mr. Chu, Mr. Herbst, Mr. Albert, and we'll come back. Okay.
Hi, this is a hell of a first meeting for a new board member. So I think today we're at long last leading the nation. We're following international urban standards and reality. For city centers to survive and thrive, traffic congestion must be managed. Left unchecked, it dirties our air, adds hours to travel time, depletes the income of professional drivers, drains our economy. Everyone loses. With today's vote, we stem the tide. The city's been at the table working with the MTA throughout the process. And we also advocated for a plan that works for working people. So I'm proud that along with our elected officials, we've secured $100 million for clean air efforts in the Bronx and citywide. We've cut the costs for working class New Yorkers doing shift work and earning under $50,000 a year. I do want to note and echo what Board Member Valdivia said. We remain concerned about the plight of taxi drivers. Because TLC keeps such granular data on trips and on earnings without very little lag, or with very little lag, we will be able to quickly see the effects. And although today's vote is a tremendous move ahead from the original recommendation, moving it to a per trip and reducing drastically the amount, it does not exempt taxis. So I'd advocate for the state to re-examine the 2018 law that created the second congestion fee that's on taxis as a pathway for possible relief if necessary. I am happy to see the final tolling plan protects school buses and vehicles providing core city services. And as a new board member and a representative of the Adams administration, I'm proud to say this is a true victory for our city and for our region. We're going to lead the nation in tackling congestion on our streets and pollution in our air. We're going to get our emergency vehicles moving and businesses booming. Our public transit system, the best in the country, gets much needed funding, and our job as board members is to make sure that the proceeds and the MTA as a whole work towards making our system even better, particularly in underserved areas with faster, more reliable service, more accessible stations, more bus service, and cheaper city ticket prices. We'll have to closely monitor how the money is being spent. And I think that we all look forward to that job. I also want to express my deep gratitude to the men and women who've done all of the underlying work leading up to this moment, especially at the MTA and New York City DOT. They've spent hour upon hour analyzing and reanalyzing every scenario, answering every question, and doing so with accuracy and integrity. They've prepared memo after memo, hashed out detailed modeling and minutia, and that's time away from their families, that's weekends, and that's nights. So a deep thank you to all of those. You know you're listening today. And with that, I'm very proud to say I vote yes, and I also want to say on behalf of my fellow brand new board member, Commissioner Dan Garodnick, who could not be here today, had he been here today, he would have also voted yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Mr. Chu.
Thank you, Chair. First, on process, and I know that there might, at this point, there might be some duplication, but today is a day for history, not brevity necessarily. You know, everybody worked so hard on this. This was something, you know, you guys are brand new, but I came into this and was into the process, and you know, from Juliet to Carl, the work of the TMRB, and everybody, this has been a team effort, the fellow conversations, you know, with the board members, you know, everyone has put so much deliberation into this. It was truly impressive. But I also want to take the opportunity to applaud, you know, the public, who is also a very significant part of this process. And I think some people may have the impression that, you know, the public input portions of these processes are just there to go through the motions, just to fulfill part of an obligation. And I have to say, it was actually a really, you know, impactful experience for me. And, you know, one public speaker in particular, and most of the, you know, we've heard the map, most of the public comments were, you know, very supportive. But there was one particular public speaker who brought back a childhood memory. And to be clear, I was a child during the Koch administration. I grew up in Canarsie, and we had one family car. We didn't have a lot of money, and it was kind of a big deal to go somewhere on an excursion in a car. And I remember, you know, one of our exciting excursions was going to Kings Plaza to maybe get a gumball if we were lucky. And one day we showed up at Kings Plaza at the parking garage, and I can't remember. My mom will remind me. I hope she's not listening today. It was either a quarter or 50 cents for they started to charge for parking where it had been free before. And my mom went into a tirade. And I'll never forget it. And this public speaker reminded me of that moment. And it also made me realize about my mother's particular tirade, and I saw in the speaker, and I began to see in the other speakers that, we have a public process. Most things do not have a public process for people to express their feelings. And this region has been through hard times. This country, this world has been through hard times. And I saw that we were seeing the frustration of people and feeling that through this process. And that's not to say that their frustration around this isn't real. But I want to say it was very impressive and very thoughtful. And we're continue to echo, Dory, we're here to continue to listen throughout this process. Now, as we move forward, I will say even those who were most frustrated with this, there is a benefit to this, and I hope you can at least see this. We are in the middle of a crisis, and I understand everyone's dealing with their daily crises, whether it's getting your children ready for work, for school, so you can get to work, or any number of things, or medical issues. We have a crisis so large that it's hard for us to remember it's there because it's a global crisis. Our temperatures are rising faster than we even thought they would. We live in a coastal region. Our coastlines are coming in. Water is rising. And I've had to deal with the gravity of the fact that in 2004, I installed my first solar panel. And I've been working in climate and sustainability for 20 years this year. And this single vote could be the most impactful thing I ever do to mitigate climate change in my entire life. And there's a responsibility to that. And I want the public particularly to know we feel the responsibility of that. We all do feel the responsibility of that. And with that, I just want to say I emphatically support this, and this is a great measure. And for those of you that are even the most frustrated, this is for the best, and I encourage you to hope to see that.
Thank you. Mr. Herbst, and then, okay, I understand. Andrew, Haida, Ms. Lopez, Mr. Brown, Randy. Randy Glucksman is on Zoom. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I'd like to thank you for your warm welcome today. It's an honor to join this board, and I can't think of a better built issue to vote on than this. So thank you for that. Really appreciate it. We had our confirmation hearing last week before the New York State Senate, and of course the interest was in congestion pricing. And the comments that I will share today are very similar to what I shared during my testimony. This has been a process, and I thank everyone who's been part of it. It has become emotional, no matter which side you stand on that issue. And I think everyone has legitimate concerns, either in favor or opposed to this action that we will be taking. During the confirmation hearing, we reviewed the process, and I think you did a marvelous job of going down the history about how the legislature are the ones who enacted this, and you went through an environmental assessment process, public outreach. You had the committee that put together the recommendations for the tolling. And by my view, I was not part of the process by sitting on this board at that time. But the only opportunity I have is to look back and to see the actions and the input and what has taken place. And I can just tip my hat and say that everyone involved in the process did it with integrity and honor, and the information was vetted wholeheartedly. And I think everything was given a fair assessment. Due diligence was done. So as I come before you at the end of the process to make that final vote, the only opportunity I have is to look back and ask myself, have you done your job? And I believe that has been done. And so right now, I see after you've adopted a capital program that's very important for the system, for the operation, if this is not passed, if this goes down, what is the impact on the capital program? And last week before the legislature, I said to them, if there's an alternative to the loss of the $15 billion, please tell me what you have planned. I've not received a response. So today, as we sit here, I view this as an opportunity, the only chance to say yes or no to putting a $15 billion hole in the capital program, which means no investment, no maintenance of the system, and taking away jobs in the whole industry, and the ridership will suffer dramatically. $15 billion, I can't imagine what that is, that dollar amount. But to put it in perspective, Long Island have just benefited by the third track that was done. That was a $2.5 billion project. Other major projects that we've had, the Tappan Zee Bridge was replaced. That was $4 billion. LaGuardia Airport has gone from the worst to the best. That cost $8 billion. And now you're talking about the entire MTA system, and you want to withdraw $15 billion? I cannot consciously do that. And I will be voting in favor of this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Albert, Ms. Soren.
I think everybody in this room knows how much I love our transportation system. We are so fortunate to have this amazing MTA system, which serves the most congested areas of our district to the most distant exurbs. Other cities can only dream about a system like ours. They cannot afford to build one. We have one, and we must take care of it. This is going to give us so many advantages. It's going to give us new signaling on many of our lines, which means we will have more frequent service safely, which will serve more people as they switch from driving to our mass transit system. It will give us new subway cars, which are badly needed. It will give us new commuter rail cars, which anyone that's ridden the M3s still on Metro North of the Long Island Railroad knows how important those are. It's going to give us electric buses, which will also contribute to the cleaner air in our area. It's going to mean phase 2 of the 2nd Avenue subway, which will take the line up to 125th Street, which is now in danger. It will mean electrification of parts of the Hudson line between Tarrytown and Hastings that, believe it or not, while 2 or 3 of the 4 tracks are electrified, one of them is not, and trains have to actually go back and forth to keep their electrification. I mean, all of these kinds of things, plus most importantly, it will mean basic maintenance to our system. We've seen the system go into a state of disrepair many years ago. We certainly don't want to go back to that again. This system benefits everybody, whether you use it or not. It will benefit drivers because the streets will be clearer. It'll even benefit visitors from New Jersey, even though they may not realize it. So I thank in advance my fellow board members for your vote today. This is a long time coming, is so important to the future of our region, and thanks again to everyone that did the research on this and brought it to this point. Thank you again.
Ms. Soren.
Thank you, Chair. So my position here as MTA board member with the voice for the Bronx Borough, which I take super seriously. And I've been told that there's opposition within our borough about this congestion pricing. But the truth be told, this is probably one of the best things that can happen for the borough. And I say this because with the Penn Access and the 4 train stations that the Bronx is getting, which we're super proud of, really takes care of the areas of transportation deserts, which we have so many of them in the Bronx. And as a borough that uses so much public transportation, I think the number one for me and for a lot of people who support this is about the quality of the trains and the service and being able to go into the subways and not have flooding and just being proud of running the subway systems and soon to be our trains. So I'm super proud that I get to be part of this conversation, that I get to vote on something that's so direly needed. So I vote yes, and I think this is probably one of the best things that can happen for our borough.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, thank you, Carl Weisbrod, and all the members to the TMRB, to Allison for all your great work, to Juliet for always taking my calls, and there were many of them. I've been involved in congestion pricing for a very long time. On Earth Day in 2007, then Mayor Mike Bloomberg introduced the idea of congestion pricing. On April 8th, 2008, the state legislature then squashed the idea. I'm glad that it was resurrected and passed by the state legislature in 2019. We need a dedicated capital revenue stream to help fix our transit system. I often wondered what our system would have been like if we passed it back in 2008. It has taken over 16 years to put this program forward. I'm glad this day is finally here, and I'm proud to vote aye.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A common theme that was brought up time and time again during public hearings was transparency. That transparency breeds trust in the system. And I feel that since I've been on this board, all of the steps that have been taken to address this program has been thorough, and I want to congratulate all the staff that have worked very long hours, weekends, vacation time to bring this program to the point that it is now ready for action. I look forward to the release of the data sets that will inform the board, that will inform the public how congestion pricing is going, and also with the presentations that we will be receiving on a timely basis and the report that needs to be sent to the state as per the way it was written in the legislation. I believe that the implementation of the congestion pricing program will give the MTA an opportunity to prove itself to customers, to transit advocates, to policymakers, to elected officials, to the country, and even to the naysayers, that this program will work and that it will completely transform our transportation system as we know it. And so today, I am very proud to vote yes and to take action. After much discussion, as per what my colleague Haida mentioned, it's been 16 years or so, I fully support taking action to unclog city streets, to increase pedestrian safety, to reduce traffic violence, to improve our health and air that we breathe, and to make our city less car dependent. Our work is not done. This is an important decision that we're making, and this doesn't let the MTA off the hook, nor us as board members off the hook. We have to continue with our investments in our capital program. We have to make our transit system 100% accessible. We have to enhance and address the concerns of our staff and customers with respect to their safety. And we have to address fare evasion. But I think by doing all of this, we will build trust. We will continue to establish transparency and accountability. Thank you.
Mr. Brown, and I think Mr. Glucksman is online, and we'll recognize him last unless there's someone else.
Thank you, Jano, and thank you to all the other board members. Like all of you, I'm sure I can look at the details of this plan and come up with some quibbles. Some of them at one point were very important quibbles to me, and they rose to a higher status than quibbles. But I've learned over time, and I've spent a lot of time on this board too, that politics is the art of acting like you're 100% behind something you're only 51% behind. But in my case, I'm 90, 95% behind it, and it makes it easy to be 100% behind it. And I back everybody up here who had to take, difficult steps in front of their own constituency, particularly the people in Suffolk County and my world, and the other people in the outlying points, Rockland and upstate, or what to me is upstate, slightly north of the Bronx. But this is something we all have to get behind, and the level of public support on this over time changes as people's perception of the system changes, and I've seen it people's perception of the system changed radically, and it changed radically with the bout of COVID we had and the subsequent crime epidemic in the wake of COVID. People's perceptions changed, and the history of this in other facilities, other locations. I'm thinking Stockholm and London particularly, started out with marginal support at best. After the benefits of the system worked in, support rose, to the point where I suppose many of the politicians, as is the way politics goes, many of the politicians who were initially opposed to it have forgot their opposition to it and now support it, or they support it at least for the particular elements that benefit their own constituency. And I suggest that's what we're going to see in this process. I have a black belt in cynicism, and I wanted to thank ex-Governor Cuomo at some point for pushing this through, but in the short term, his support has gone the other way. And are people that concerned with what he's saying? I'm not sure they are or not, but I'm hoping that 5 years from now, Andrew Cuomo is bragging, I put this thing in. I drove a stake in the heart of congestion in Midtown Manhattan, and it's all good. The work, again, the work of the staff people on this has been, who I know, like me, did not support 1,000% what they were working on. However, by hacking away at the problems, I believe they've come up with an excellent product that we, all of New York, should or will get behind. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And finally, Mr. Glucksman online, please.
Thank you. I want to welcome back Mike Fleischer and Sammy Chu to the board, and the new members, Garodnik, Herbst, and Yoshi. I support the concept of congestion pricing, and I know how critical it will be to support the accessibility of the commuter rail lines and the subway and upgrading MTA facilities and rolling stock. As the only board member currently representing west of Hudson riders, I'd like to believe that a friend who lives in Suffolk County is teasing me when he sent an article over the weekend from Newsday which headlined, LI has 3 votes on the MTA board. At December's board meeting, I cited a major inequity in for Rockland County residents who used the George Washington Bridge. They would not receive the $5 toll credit to be given to drivers using the Holland and Lincoln tunnels. Since that time, a clarification was announced that commuter buses, including Coach USA, which serves Rockland County residents, would not be charged. Many may not be aware of this fact, but west of Hudson residents are the only ones in the Metro North Territory that do not have a one-seat ride to Manhattan Central Business District. According to Rockland County's most recent MTA value gap analysis, there is more than a $40 million annual value gap in the amount of taxes paid to the MTA compared to services received. The MTA's own county-by-county cost-benefit analysis showed the same gap, and their most recent analysis shows the value gap even greater than the $40 million each year. This can be seen by the level of rail service provided on the Pascack Valley line, where riders have only 18 trains per day versus 57 from Tarrytown. Port Jervis line riders have just 13 trains a day compared to the 32 from the Upper Hudson line stations. The 2025-29 capital program contains not one single project for Rockland County. The 20-year needs assessment study, which was recently released, shows very little for Rockland County. Finally, although Rockland and Orange County residents pay the same 0.25% tax rate on everything that the other 10 counties in the MTA region pay, as you can see, the MTA services they receive fall short from all other counties. Thank you.
Okay. There's a motion and a second on the floor. I want to call for a vote. Thank you. There's a motion and a second on the floor. I'm going to call for a vote. By a show of hands, please, among those with voting. All in favor of the action? Okay. And all in opposition? Or?
Yeah.
Just raise your hand, please,
yeah,
by indication of show of hand. Vote, not a speech.
I
vote.
vote.
It's a vote, not a speech, Mr. Mack. We've
Mr. Mack.
concluded the discussion.
We
Okay.
concluded discussion, so you just have
You
to
got it.
vote.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
No,
In opposition? Yes,
in
sir?
opposition.
We got
Yes,
you.
okay. Any abstentions? Okay. The motion is approved. Okay. I can't leave this matter without acknowledging, and it's been done by so many of the board members, and I appreciate them, the work of the team who labored now, it's close to 4 years. And I'm looking at you, Allison Di Sereno. And your staff is behind you in the distance. Raise your hands, everybody who worked on this.
Stand up.
Stand up. "4,000 pages of environmental assessment, an equal number of questions answered from our friends in Washington. The complexity of the modeling, the air quality analysis, the traffic analysis. It's, getting something big done is difficult. It's only possible in the world we live in today, where every action of this significance requires a ton of analysis and staff work, and also interaction with the public. The 50-plus public meetings that you held, and hearings, and listening sessions, and outreach to the environmental justice community. None of this would be possible. The action we just took would not have been possible without you and your extraordinary team, with the late-breaking leadership of an amazing leadership of Juliet Michelson alongside. So I just want to say one more time, thank you. All right, from the sacred to the profane, let's do the regular board business. The minutes of the February board meeting and the minutes of each committee have been distributed to the members. Any corrections or omissions? Special occasion, there are none, Mr. Albert. If there are none identified, the minutes are approved as distributed. I will kick off the committee reports. I chaired the Corporate Governance Committee Monday and report as follows. There were 3 actions for board approval at that committee. Pursuant to public authorities law, the MTA annually reviews and submits for approval the all-agency procurement guidelines, MTA's code of ethics, and the MTA mission statement and performance measurement. The committee recommends these items, and I move them. May I have a second? Thank you, Ms. Mihalcis. All in favor? Any opposition or abstention? The item carries. Bridges and Tunnels, Mr. Mack, before he departed, noted to me that there were no items for board action. And with that, Ms. Barbas, the Capital Program Committee.
Sure. Good afternoon. The Capital Program Committee met on Monday and reports the following. Construction and Development has 5 ratification actions for a proposed expenditure of $19.2 million. The committee recommends these items, and I move them.
Second, Ms. Lopez, all in favor? Any opposition or abstention? The items are approved.
This concludes the Capital Program Committee report.
Mr. Chu, Joint Railroad Committee, please.
Chair of the Joint Railroad Committee met Monday and reports the following. On behalf of Long Island Railroad, there are 2 non-competitive ratifications for a proposed expenditure of $732 million. The committee recommends these items, and I move them.
Second, Ms. Soren, all in favor? Any opposition or abstention? The items are approved.
On behalf of Metro North Railroad, there is 1 competitive item for $55 million. The committee recommends this item, and I move it.
Second, Mr. Fleischer, all in favor? Any opposition or abstention? The item carries.
Chair, this concludes the Joint Railroad Committee report.
Transit Committee, Ms. Mihalcis.
Before I say that there are no items for board approval, I just want to congratulate Pat Warren on his next steps in going back to D.C.
I have a little spiel. spiel.
Oh, you had a little spiel?
I
Sorry.
do, but
sorry.
no,
I
you're-
didn't want
Go
to
good.
take, I didn't
I'm
want to
always last.
pass up. I know,
the pre-spiel.
Pat, you had to sit through all the congestion pricing stuff, but best of luck, and thank you for all the great work that you have done over the past 7 years. With that, Mr. Chair, the New York City Transit Committee met on Monday, and there were no items for board approval.
That's a good sign, folks. It means that the railroads are running and the items are being competitively bid and procured. Finance Committee, Mr. Zuckerman?
Thank you, sir. We met on Monday and we report the following. There is one action which seeks board approval of the annual MTA All-Agency Procurement Report for calendar year 2023. The committee recommends this item and I move it.
Second, Mr. Herbst, all in favor? Any opposition or abstention? The item carries.
Thank you. There is one competitive procurement for $19.3 million. The committee recommends this item and I move it.
Second, Ms. Mahaltzis, all in favor? Any
Aye.
opposition or abstention? The item carries.
Thank you. There are 3 real estate items this month. The first item is an administrative item for the MTA and seeks approval of the all-agency real property disposition guidelines, which I know every board member has read, and all-agency personal property disposition guidelines. The remaining 2 items are transactional lease actions for the MTA in Grand Central Madison. The committee recommends these items, and I move them.
Second, Ms. Soren. She's especially enthusiastic about the tracks coming to Grand
Correct,
Central
correct.
Madison.
Oysters for all.
Okay. Motion on the floor. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition or abstention? The item carries.
This concludes the Finance Committee report, sir.
Okay. With that, we have concluded today's board business. May I have a motion? Okay, before we conclude, Ms. Soren, please.
And this is a personal statement, but I felt the need to have to bring it forward. I want to thank you and Richard because my daughter was stuck on one of the subway cars during Monday's incident. And her first call to me when she got off was, is the chairman the one, and she described you physically, and Richard. And she said to me, please send the message that as terrified as I was, because they were on the train for well over an hour, when she got off, you were the first voice there, and it was very calming. And she says, I got off and was able to go to the next train, and just let him know how much that meant. So thank you.
Thank you for that. I was there, and I just felt terrible for those people, and I was just glad to be able anybody to say, and some of them were real understandably upset. So thank you to your daughter for her indulgence, and we hopefully won't have to do that again. Now, before we close out this very historic meeting, I want to take a moment to acknowledge Pat Warren, our MTA Chief of Safety and Security. He is... Pat Warren, Colonel Warren, as we still sometimes call him, is departing for a new role at the National Transportation Safety Board in Washington, where his family has remained throughout Pat's 5+ years at the MTA. Today is Pat's last board meeting. Pat has worn, everybody on this board knows this, Pat has worn an extraordinary range of hats, a lot of issues that did not appear on his original job description. Whatever the mission, Colonel Warren steps up. One of the biggest challenges came during COVID, where Pat, at the request of the then chair, managed the entire internal public health operation and organized MTA's successful Vaxxer test program. It was a huge undertaking, starting from scratch, but Pat was an incredible steady hand throughout. And more recently, he's played a huge role in the subway safety initiatives that we continue to work on with passion, as Ms. Soren's comment highlights, to protect our passengers. I can't overstate how much all of us appreciate Pat for his hard work. Pat, we're going to miss you and your baked goods. Little known fact, Colonel Warren, as he worked his way up in the Army, became a very good baker, and many of us have benefited from the goodies that he brings to the office. I have to say, I do hope we won't see much of you in your new role as heading accident investigation at the NTSB. But Godspeed, Pat, and thank you on behalf of everybody in New York. And with that, I call for a vote on the motion to adjourn. All in favor? We are in adjournment.
We heard you, and we've made some big changes to the MTA app. The new MTA app is the best way to navigate or plan your trip on the subway, bus, Long Island Railroad, and Metro North. Get up-to-the-minute arrival and departure info for all modes of transit. Track buses in real time. Set favorite stations, and see service changes that will affect your route. Book, modify, and track accessoride trips, and easily see elevator and escalator status anywhere in the system. We're just getting started, and your feedback will be crucial as it helps us improve later versions. For New Yorkers, by New Yorkers, all in the MTA app, now available on the App Store and Google Play.
This is a street in Midtown Manhattan. A typical street on a typical afternoon. Buses, trucks, and cars moving at a snail's pace, bumper to bumper. New Yorkers are always in a hurry, but we waste an average of 117 hours a year sitting in traffic. Scale that up to the region, and pretty soon you're talking real money. Experts estimate that gridlock costs $20 billion a year in wasted time and lost productivity. There are other costs to having 700,000 vehicles enter the central business district every day. Air pollution, noise, car crashes, slow ambulances and fire trucks, when saving seconds in emergency response could mean saving lives. It doesn't have to be this way. Congestion pricing is our best bet to finally address gridlock in New York. Fewer cars mean cleaner air, less traffic, safer streets, and better transit throughout the region. It's time for a city that moves faster, breathes easier, works better. Find out more at congestionreliefzone.mta.info. Starting this summer, drivers will be charged a toll to enter what will be called the Congestion Relief Zone, Manhattan including and below 60th Street. Today, this area has some of the worst traffic in the country. Cars, trucks, buses, cabs, and emergency vehicles stuck in gridlock. Excessive traffic means hours of time wasted, missed appointments, and air pollution. It also means ambulances and fire trucks waste precious seconds responding to emergencies. The new Congestion Relief Zone is a transformative opportunity for New York to finally address gridlock, reduce carbon emissions, improve public health, boost the economy, and make the city a better, cleaner, and more pleasant place to be. The toll revenue will be used to make more subway stations ADA accessible, modernize subway signals, buy electric buses, and generally improve transit. It's a win-win. Drivers will get to their destinations faster, and transit users will get better subway, bus, and train service. Find out more at congestionreliefzone.mta.info.
We heard you, and we've made some big changes to the MTA app. The new MTA app is the best way to navigate or plan your trip on the subway, bus, Long Island Railroad, and Metro North. Get up-to-the-minute arrival and departure info for all modes of transit. Track buses in real time. Set favorite stations, and see service changes that will affect your route. Book, modify, and track accessoride trips, and easily see elevator and escalator status anywhere in the system. We're just getting started, and your feedback will be crucial as it helps us improve later versions. For New Yorkers, by New Yorkers, all in the MTA app, now available on the App Store and Google Play.
There is no New York without mass transit. Subways, buses, and commuter trains provide millions of families from the Rockaways to Wakefield and from Mineola to Norwalk with a stepping stone to opportunity, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. By charging drivers to enter the most crowded parts of the region, congestion pricing will not only reduce gridlock, it will also secure critical funding for transit improvements. More elevators, new electric buses, modern subway signals, new subway, Long Island Railroad, and Metro North train cars, improved safety, better service. Congestion pricing will make transit faster, more accessible, and more reliable for everyone. For more info, visit our website, congestionreliefzone.mta.info. New York, the city that never sleeps. Bumper-to-bumper traffic, cars, trucks, cyclists, and pedestrians vying for precious street space. Tailpipe exhaust fumes, honking. It doesn't have to be this way. With congestion pricing, 100,000 fewer vehicles a day will enter the area of Manhattan, including and below 60th Street. Less traffic means cleaner air, safer streets, less time wasted sitting in gridlock, and a better quality of life for all of us. For more info, visit our website, congestionreliefzone.mta.info.
We heard you, and we've made some big changes to the MTA app. The new MTA app is the best way to navigate or plan your trip on the subway, bus, Long Island Railroad, and Metro North. Get up-to-the-minute arrival and departure info for all modes of transit. Track buses in real time. Set favorite stations, and see service changes that will affect your route. Book, modify, and track accessoride trips, and easily see elevator and escalator status anywhere in the system. We're just getting started, and your feedback will be crucial as it helps us improve later versions. For New Yorkers, by New Yorkers, all in the MTA app, now available on the App Store and Google Play.
This is a street in Midtown Manhattan. A typical street on a typical afternoon. Buses, trucks, and cars moving at a snail's pace, bumper to bumper. New Yorkers are always in a hurry, but we waste an average of 117 hours a year sitting in traffic. Scale that up to the region, and pretty soon you're talking real money. Experts estimate that gridlock costs $20 billion a year in wasted time and lost productivity. There are other costs to having 700,000 vehicles enter the central business district every day. Air pollution, noise, car crashes, slow ambulances and fire trucks, when saving seconds in emergency response could mean saving lives. It doesn't have to be this way. Congestion pricing is our best bet to finally address gridlock in New York. Fewer cars mean cleaner air, less traffic, safer streets, and better transit throughout the region. It's time for a city that moves faster, breathes easier, works better. Find out more at congestionreliefzone.mta.info. Starting this summer, drivers will be charged a toll to enter what will be called the Congestion Relief Zone, Manhattan including and below 60th Street. Today, this area has some of the worst traffic in the country. Cars, trucks, buses, cabs, and emergency vehicles stuck in gridlock. Excessive traffic means hours of time wasted, missed appointments, and air pollution. It also means ambulances and fire trucks waste precious seconds responding to emergencies. The new Congestion Relief Zone is a transformative opportunity for New York to finally address gridlock, reduce carbon emissions, improve public health, boost the economy, and make the city a better, cleaner, and more pleasant place to be. The toll revenue will be used to make more subway stations ADA accessible, modernize subway signals, buy electric buses, and generally improve transit. It's a win-win. Drivers will get to their destinations faster, and transit users will get better subway, bus, and train service. Find out more at congestionreliefzone.mta.info.
We heard you, and we've made some big changes to the MTA app. The new MTA app is the best way to navigate or plan your trip on the subway, bus, Long Island Railroad, and Metro North. Get up-to-the-minute arrival and departure info for all modes of transit. Track buses in real time. Set favorite stations, and see service changes that will affect your route. Book, modify, and track accessoride trips, and easily see elevator and escalator status anywhere in the system. We're just getting started, and your feedback will be crucial as it helps us improve later versions. For New Yorkers, by New Yorkers, all in the MTA app, now available on the App Store and Google Play.
There is no New York without mass transit. Subways, buses, and commuter trains provide millions of families from the Rockaways to Wakefield and from Mineola to Norwalk with a stepping stone to opportunity 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. By charging drivers to enter the most crowded parts of the region, congestion pricing will not only reduce gridlock, it will also secure critical funding for transit improvements. More elevators, new electric buses, modern subway signals, new subway, Long Island Railroad, and Metro North train cars, improved safety, better service. Congestion pricing will make transit faster, more accessible, and more reliable for everyone. For more info, visit our website, congestionreliefzone.mta.info. New York, the city that never sleeps. Bumper-to-bumper traffic, cars, trucks, cyclists, and pedestrians vying for precious street space. Tailpipe exhaust fumes, honking. It doesn't have to be this way. With congestion pricing, 100,000 fewer vehicles a day will enter the area of Manhattan, including and below 60th Street. Less traffic means cleaner air, safer streets, less time wasted sitting in gridlock, and a better quality of life for all of us. For more info, visit our website, congestionreliefzone.mta.info.
We heard you, and we've made some big changes to the MTA app. The new MTA app is the best way to navigate or plan your trip on the subway, bus, Long Island Railroad, and Metro North. Get up-to-the-minute arrival and departure info for all modes of transit. Track buses in real time. Set favorite stations, and see service changes that will affect your route. Book, modify, and track accessoride trips, and easily see elevator and escalator status anywhere in the system. We're just getting started, and your feedback will be crucial as it helps us improve later versions. For New Yorkers, by New Yorkers, all in the MTA app, now available on the App Store and Google Play.
This is a street in Midtown Manhattan. A typical street on a typical afternoon. Buses, trucks, and cars moving at a snail's pace, bumper to bumper. New Yorkers are always in a hurry, but we waste an average of 117 hours a year sitting in traffic. Scale that up to the region, and pretty soon you're talking real money. Experts estimate that gridlock costs $20 billion a year in wasted time and lost productivity. There are other costs to having 700,000 vehicles enter the central business district every day. Air pollution, noise, car crashes, slow ambulances and fire trucks, when saving seconds in emergency response could mean saving lives. It doesn't have to be this way. Congestion pricing is our best bet to finally address gridlock in New York. Fewer cars mean cleaner air, less traffic, safer streets, and better transit throughout the region. It's time for a city that moves faster, breathes easier, works better. Find out more at congestionreliefzone.mta.info. Starting this summer, drivers will be charged a toll to enter what will be called the Congestion Relief Zone, Manhattan including and below 60th Street. Today, this area has some of the worst traffic in the country. Cars, trucks, buses, cabs, and emergency vehicles stuck in gridlock. Excessive traffic means hours of time wasted, missed appointments, and air pollution. It also means ambulances and fire trucks waste precious seconds responding to emergencies. The new Congestion Relief Zone is a transformative opportunity for New York to finally address gridlock, reduce carbon emissions, improve public health, boost the economy, and make the city a better, cleaner, and more pleasant place to be. The toll revenue will be used to make more subway stations ADA accessible, modernize subway signals, buy electric buses, and generally improve transit. It's a win-win. Drivers will get to their destinations faster, and transit users will get better subway, bus, and train service. Find out more at congestionreliefzone.mta.info.
We heard you, and we've made some big changes to the MTA app. The new MTA app is the best way to navigate or plan your trip on the subway, bus, Long Island Railroad, and Metro North. Get up-to-the-minute arrival and departure info for all modes of transit. Track buses in real time. set favorite stations, and see service changes that will affect your route. Book, modify, and track accessoride trips, and easily see elevator and escalator status anywhere in the system. We're just getting started, and your feedback will be crucial as it helps us improve later versions. For New Yorkers, by New Yorkers, all in the MTA app, now available on the App Store and Google Play.
There is no New York without mass transit. Subways, buses, and commuter trains provide millions of families from the Rockaways to Wakefield and from Mineola to Norwalk with a stepping stone to opportunity, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. By charging drivers to enter the most crowded parts of the region, congestion pricing will not only reduce gridlock, it will also secure critical funding for transit improvements. More elevators, new electric buses, modern subway signals, new subway, Long Island Railroad, and Metro North train cars, improved safety, better service. Congestion pricing will make transit faster, more accessible, and more reliable for everyone. For more info, visit our website, congestionreliefzone.mta.info. New York, the city that never sleeps. Bumper-to-bumper traffic, cars, trucks, cyclists, and pedestrians vying for precious street space. Tailpipe exhaust fumes, honking. It doesn't have to be this way. With congestion pricing, 100,000 fewer vehicles a day will enter the area of Manhattan, including and below 60th Street. Less traffic means cleaner air, safer streets, less time wasted sitting in gridlock, and a better quality of life for all of us. For more info, visit our website, congestionreliefzone.mta.info.
We heard you, and we've made some big changes to the MTA app. The new MTA app is the best way to navigate or plan your trip on the subway, bus, Long Island Railroad, and Metro North. Get up-to-the-minute arrival and departure info for all modes of transit. Track buses in real time. Set favorite stations, and see service changes that will affect your route. Book, modify, and track accessoride trips, and easily see elevator and escalator status anywhere in the system. We're just getting started, and your feedback will be crucial as it helps us improve later versions. For New Yorkers, by New Yorkers, all in the MTA app, now available on the App Store and Google Play.
This is a street in Midtown Manhattan. A typical street on a typical afternoon. Buses, trucks, and cars moving at a snail's pace, bumper to bumper. New Yorkers are always in a hurry, but we waste an average of 117 hours a year sitting in traffic. Scale that up to the region, and pretty soon you're talking real money. Experts estimate that gridlock costs $20 billion a year in wasted time and lost productivity. There are other costs to having 700,000 vehicles enter the central business district every day. Air pollution, noise, car crashes, slow ambulances and fire trucks, when saving seconds in emergency response could mean saving lives. It doesn't have to be this way. Congestion pricing is our best bet to finally address gridlock in New York. Fewer cars mean cleaner air, less traffic, safer streets, and better transit throughout the region. It's time for a city that moves faster, breathes easier, works better. Find out more at congestionreliefzone.mta.info. Starting this summer, drivers will be charged a toll to enter what will be called the Congestion Relief Zone, Manhattan including and below 60th Street. Today, this area has some of the worst traffic in the country. Cars, trucks, buses, cabs, and emergency vehicles stuck in gridlock. Excessive traffic means hours of time wasted, missed appointments, and air pollution. It also means ambulances and fire trucks waste precious seconds responding to emergencies. The new Congestion Relief Zone is a transformative opportunity for New York to finally address gridlock, reduce carbon emissions, improve public health, boost the economy, and make the city a better, cleaner, and more pleasant place to be. The toll revenue will be used to make more subway stations ADA accessible, modernize subway signals, buy electric buses, and generally improve transit. It's a win-win. Drivers will get to their destinations faster, and transit users will get better subway, bus, and train service. Find out more at congestionreliefzone.mta.info.
Amazing. All right, we're going to
Big day for the MTA, huge day for the region. When I came in as the MTA chair, one of the things that we agreed upon is we were going to try to do the big stuff and the hard stuff. And I think we have done a great deal of it, not least dealing with the operating budget deficit of $3 billion, which Governor Hochul and the legislature addressed last year, and now congestion pricing. The one thing that I would call attention to is the comment of one of our newest board members, Mark Herbst, representing Suffolk County, suburban county, who said as he came onto the board, he actually went back and looked at the whole record, all the 4,000 pages of the EA. We had 25,000 comments from the public, 60% in favor, and all the analysis that had been done. He was convinced, even though he represents a more car-dependent part of our region, that this was the right thing to do and that we had done all the work that supported an action of this significance. New York has more traffic than any place in the United States, and now we're doing something about it. And I couldn't be prouder of the MTA team, and I'm going to insist that they stand up one more time to be acknowledged in front of the press, who, don't worry, they won't actually report that you did a great work. It's not Allison, Juliet, Laura Wild, Paige Graves, Jay Patel, and so many other people who have labored for months and months and some for years. As Hayden Mahaltza said, this was 15 years coming, so amazing, amazing accomplishment. So with that, let the Mintonian moment begin.
All right, on this historic day, we're going to start with the Dean of the New York Press Corps, Marcia Kramer of CBS 2.
So, Jano, the next stop on the congestion pricing train is next week in New Jersey, in a Jersey courtroom. I'm wondering if there are any concessions that the MTA is willing to make, like pollution mitigation or a promise to study pollution in some of those places that are complaining about it in order to get out of the court suit and get congestion pricing started in New York City.
Yeah, it's a fair question, Marcia. We're, as part of this, the last step in the process, which they call the reevaluation by the Federal Highway Administration, we do look at, some of these regional mitigations that might be appropriate, and that's going to take place in the weeks and months to come.
Could you tell us what that means, that the reevaluation?
It's pretty straightforward. This is the last step in the process. We did the 4,000-page environmental assessment. Now that we have a final and approved tolling structure, and they couldn't start it finally until we had this approval we got today, the Federal Highway Administration professionals have to look at the final tolling structure, make sure that it doesn't create impacts that are outside the scope of what was studied in the environmental assessment. We're pretty confident about that, but that is a final box to check, and it's underway.
All right, moving on, we're going to the balcony. Andrew Siff, Chuck Scarborough's biographer, is right there from NBC. Andrew.
Thank you very much. What an honor to cover Chuck this week. Jano, my question to you, following up on what Marcia asked. With the court action ahead, how committed are you to starting congestion pricing on or about June 15th? For example, if you got some kind of answer from the court, this looks okay, but let's study it for another 120 days, but there's no stay, no order to stop it. What will you do it? Will you start it even if there's, an appeal underway? Give New Yorkers an idea of whether they should plan on actually paying
Andrew,
this
I think what you and I both owe New Yorkers is not to mislead them with, legal hypotheticals that don't exist. The court process has been scheduled to be resolved before we are going to start congestion pricing. We're very confident about the outcome, but actually we don't need to engage in hypotheticals. There's actually a schedule that's going to yield an answer in due time.
All right, and let's move right next door to the governor of the Academy, Newton Jones Burkett III from ABC. Newton.
That was not as much as Mr. Lieber
You haven't been
got.
watching the coverage, Chris, but go ahead.
Mr. Lieber, you said a moment ago in answering Andrew's question that you're confident that you're going to prevail in the legal action. What makes you so confident?
Well, I think I've said it before many times. We we did this 4,000-page environmental assessment, a scale of an environmental review process that had never been completed before, to my knowledge. Not just the number of pages, but the modeling and the analysis, studying every intersection almost all the way to Philadelphia, and doing a public outreach process that had more than 50 public meetings, 25,000 comments in the last hearing phase, 60% positive. So, under federal environmental law, an undertaking of that scale is fully compliant and more than exceeds the standards for a proper federal environmental review. And we're confident that we're going to have the right outcome.
All right, moving on to America's Page 6 newspaper. Nolan Hicks is here from the New York Post. Nolan.
Because that worked out so well last time. Hi, how are you?
Good.
How did you celebrate in the back room after the vote?
We had the usual tray of OK sandwiches, and we mostly celebrated the folks who I called out at the beginning, who had done so much work to get us to this moment. This was a big day for the MTA. I mean, I understand that we quickly want to move on to talking about hypotheticals and everything else, but today was the day that we voted on the final toll structure. That was what was before us. That's what the legislature told us to do in 2019, was to develop a plan to implement congestion pricing. We did all that work for 5 years that got us to this moment where we approved a toll structure. And you heard from Carl Weisbrod all the thinking and balancing that went into that. So, big moment.
Walk me through for a minute, having this victory occur at the same time. Folks are increasingly worried about riding the trains and increasingly concerned about violence in the trains, and sort of this very stark contrast of finally you have the resources to go build things, but at the same time the system and its place in its civic culture has never sort of been in the jeopardy that it is in recent years.
Well, I don't know if I totally agree with you, but what I said during the meeting is what I'm going to stand by, which is we're not going back. We have much less crime statistically than we did when I was a kid, but there's no question that our riders are uncomfortable right now, and fortunately we have a mayor and a governor who are absolutely committed to subway safety and public safety, and they're taking action, and I'm thrilled by that. But we have to also address the issue of the presence of people who are struggling with mental health to their own detriment, but also to the detriment of the experience of subway riders. And that's why you heard a lot about that Scout program, which we have initiated with the city to get those people indoors. They need to be out of the subway system and indoors.
Serious assaults, felony assaults in the system are up some 250 instances per year over what they were doing pre-pandemic. Why do you think that is? What do you think crime in the subways has gotten more violent?
I'm not a criminologist. I'm interested in just pushing back. So, others are going to have to talk about what we read about in many different papers, which is mental health issues nationally and the way that the pandemic and other factors may have led to this moment. But my riders and the people that you ride with, Nolan, are mostly interested in how to just make it safer, and that's what we're focused on. And that's why I'm thrilled about the cops.
If I could just a point of clarification, you seem to suggest that there's a twinning between the mental health crises and the violent crime crisis in the system. Do you view them as interlinked?
In some cases, but and I think we all know that those some of those instances. But I'm focused on making sure that the system feels safe for the riders, not just that it's statistically safe, but it feels safe. And in fairness, we have acknowledged from the get-go that the presence of people who are struggling with psychosis, who may be acting aggressively in the public space, is part of the subway experience that we all need to address. Do it with compassion, but we need to bring those people indoors. That's what the Scout program's about.
All right, let's go to the Hudson patio over there. Ben Brockfeld from AM New York is standing by. Ben?
Hey, Jano, is this thing on? Okay. So I just wanted to ask, after the plan got approved the first time of many votes to approve in 2019, it took a long time before, the environmental assessment was ready, the feds were approving it, all that stuff. Now that you have this final vote of approval, what's the expected turnaround time from the feds to ensure that it's within what you said was the scope of the EA? And is there any chance that they could come back and say, no, you got to spend a whole lot more time and take more votes and do more hearings and stuff like that?
I don't anticipate that, Ben, and we're talking about implementation in June, so we fully expect that final box checking to take place well in advance of that.
All right, Evan Simko Bednarski is here from the New York Daily News. Evan.
Hey, Jenna. Quick question about, if we're confident in a June, rollout, when do we start seeing projects start to come online? We had that map at the last meeting of, all the projects that we are in the pipeline.
Yeah.
A procurement process has been sort of halted across the board on a whole bunch of capital projects. There have been delays. When can New Yorkers start expecting to see, if not shovels in ground, ink on paper in terms of contracts?
Yeah, I mean, listen, I've been pretty open about it. We're as soon as we have the litigation resolved, which is the principal risk that that exists, continues. We will ramp up again the procurement process for all those projects. Many of them were actually advanced in the procurement process. Some of them had taken bids or were on the verge of taking bids. So many of them can be awarded, the contracts can be awarded quickly. But some of the benefits, the priority areas that are represented in that are moving, can and will continue to move forward. The Second Avenue subway, we got the first contract underway. And if once we ramp up the remaining contracts, we don't expect that we would miss a beat, in effect, in that project. New Yorkers are seeing a ton of subway accessibility projects already, and those will continue to go very quickly. The signalization projects that we've talked about, many of them are already underway. So we're not expecting a huge disruption, but obviously we have to wait to award the contracts. Thank you.
All right, let's go to Samantha Liebman right there in the front row from New York 1. Sam.
There were really no exemptions despite all of the public comments and also, I'm sorry. There were no exemptions despite all of the public comments, and the city was concerned about the yellow cab industry. What was the thought process in not granting at least the yellow cab exemption?
Well, I think that, I don't want to overlook what was done with respect to yellow cab and for our vehicle tolls in this. Originally, it was contemplated they would pay a daily toll like every passenger car driver. And what came out of the EA in the first round of hearings that we did in connection with NEPA was the importance of having it be a per ride toll that's passed along to the customer. So that was a win for the yellow cab industry and a win for for-hire vehicles. They wanted it structured as a pass-through to the rider. Then we balanced, the TMRB actually balanced the scales and said, the yellow cab industry, in light of its, the difficulties that it has experienced, should have a much lower toll than the for-hire vehicles, who have, to some extent, crowded them out of the market. And as a result, the yellow cab piece of the toll is $1.25, whereas the Uber and Lyft, or the for-hire vehicles, the app-based for-hire vehicles, are $2.50. So they made I'd say the industry made a lot of progress through the process. Obviously, they would have preferred it to be zero, but there was a huge deference given to their unique role in New York and their economic condition.
Be reevaluated at some point, depending on the data?
Right now, I mean, we've come to a stopping point, but part of our responsibility is to do an evaluation and a monitoring of traffic and a ton of other issues, and we're going to bring those answers. It's all going to be very open because we are a super open data organization at this point.
All right, if I could just direct you, Jano, to the Zoom equipment where Christopher Robbins is standing by from Hellgate.
Yep.
Chris, good afternoon.
Hi, thanks so much for taking these Zoom questions. I really appreciate it. Two quick things. You talked a lot about how statistics don't matter for riders who still feel unsafe. So more needs to be done, more police need to be in the system. But if the policy isn't primarily being driven by actual numbers, then what specifically is your metric for success? When will the system have enough police presence? And secondly, on congestion pricing, are you concerned that the MTA is going to see a proliferation in fake license plates, ways to avoid the tolls? And do you think the MTA currently has enough tools to stop drivers from doing that?
Well, yeah, the last question's a little bit of a softball because you know that the MTA and Governor Hochul have proposed that we need more tools to tighten up on toll evasion. We have actually significantly reduced what we call unbillable tolls by improving the computer systems that track license plates and vehicles, and also by improving the identification equipment, make sure we capture both video and otherwise capture the tolls that from the vehicle license plates. The one thing that is growing in unbilled is intentional toll evasion by obscuring or defacing a plate. So we do need more tools. Governor Hochul has proposed those in her budget. The two houses of the legislature have pushed back, and you heard from a couple people today that they think it's really important that we do get what we're asking for. It's so unfair, just as people grouse, as they should, when they see, they pay for a subway ride and they see somebody walking through the gate and helping themselves to a free ride. It's even more appalling when people are taking these huge additional steps to install devices that allow them to fake license plates. As for the question of what's safe enough, I'm going to let my riders keep telling me. We survey them every month, and we survey them hundreds of thousands of them a couple times a year. And right now they're telling us they feel less safe, and they very much want to see more cops in the system, and that is the one thing that improves their feeling of safety. We know that from the statistical history. So we're going to keep supporting the NYPD as they try to, push back against crime and also improve the sense of rider safety.
Sticking with Zoom for a moment, Michelle Caskey is standing by from Bloomberg News. Michelle, good afternoon.
Hello, thank you. And my question is, could we get a little bit more detail on what you need next from the federal government? I understand you're saying USDOT will be looking again at the tolling structure to see if it fits in what they had approved before. But there's also an agreement, if I'm getting this correctly, an agreement that the federal government, New York State, and MTA need to come together and sign off on. Any detail on that?
Not really. I think it's mostly in the EA, Michelle, and that we've always said from the start that if you look back at the EA, that these other last boxes need to be checked. That they were time dependent on us enacting a final tolling structure. That's what we did today. But I view them as ministerial, and I'm real comfortable. So take a look back at the EA if you have questions about that process.
All right, next in the House, we've got Steve Nesson with a PH. WNYC in Gotham is Stephen.
Hello, Chair.
Hi.
I guess this is more of a clarification question on the tweak to the exemptions regarding city vehicles, and maybe one of the folks can help. But I spoke with people from the mayor's office this week, and they seem to describe a different type of vehicle that would be exempt. They said, like an ACS worker going to investigate a case, a building inspector checking out a complaint, or a city planner going to a work site. None of those folks carry heavy tools or equipment, but the city seems to believe they would be exempt. So is that class also exempt?
I think what we've clarified is that the vehicle, it needs to be integral to the work itself, and we have worked that out with the city. So I'm pretty confident because we went through class by class and agency by agency, and so we've come to an agreement with them, and I'm not, I don't have uncertainty that it's really about the vehicle rather than the purpose of the passenger.
And just to follow up also, what changed with your thinking or the group's thinking on like the Hampton Jitney, for example, getting an exemption, which you seemed dead set against at the last meeting?
Listen, in fairness, the point was the original TMRB proposal said under contract to government. It became clear over time that there were maybe unknown, it was unknown to the TMRB at the time, in effect, that there were more private bus operators who are operating service that really has the look and feel of a commuter service, regularly scheduled and open to the public. It's not a charter bus for one particular group for a particular time, and regularly scheduled and open to the public and observing all the rules of public conveyances in terms of how you treat people. And over time, the decision was that those folks, the benefits of having those vehicles be treated as commuter vehicles outweighed the idea of whether they were under contract to a municipality in some way.
All right, let's go back to the mezzanine where Greg Mocker is standing by from Pix 11. Greg.
Hi, Chairman. Talk to me as a rider now. What do you think this means for people, for us standing on the platform waiting at the bus stop?
Thanks. 90% of folks who come to the Central Business District, 90% of New Yorkers come by transit. And one of the biggest goals of this whole exercise is to finally attack congestion. But the other side of the equation is to invest more in transit. And $15 billion of transit means that we can make more stations ADA accessible with elevators. We can re-signal lines to make them have more capacity and to be more reliable, like the 7 and the L are right now. We can buy zero-emissions buses so the air is cleaner. We can do a lot of things, and we can keep this very old system in decent shape so that it doesn't fall apart like it did back in 2017. We have better service because of the investments we've made. We want to make more like that.
All right, let's move over to Rye Rivard there with the colorful tie from Politico. Rye, good afternoon.
Thank you. The plan changed a bit, but in terms of the money raised, can you offer any refinement or more information on the revenue that's coming in and how certain you are that it will meet the revenue projections anticipated by the legislature, required by the legislature, and your own capital plan?
We're pretty confident that this plan is going to yield whatever revenue is necessary to support $15 billion in bonds that will pay for $15 billion of capital investment. That's what I can say to you right now. We had the conversations again and again throughout with CFO Kevin Willens, who used to run public finance at Goldman Sachs, and Jay Patel, who's not far behind him in expertise, and we have that confidence.
All right, let's move over to the David Colon from Streets Blog. Rich Davey reminds me your
a lot
next...
of people put on ties, so it seems like you recognize a special occasion. Cologne went the extra step, huh?
He's got the shades. Rich Davey wants to remind us that the Knicks are now 13.5 games behind the Celtics, unfortunately. Welcome, Dave. Good to have you.
Celtics blew a 30-point lead to the Hawks this week. Jano, I wanted to ask something about the specialized government vehicles. Real quick. Were there any vehicles that the MTA said no to? Was that the city was asking for the exemptions for?
I don't say we weren't saying no. It was a discussion. We started with a principle, which is that the TMRB recommended that the vehicle itself should be integral to the performance of public work, and we went through the different types of vehicles at the different agencies and worked out what that meant more specifically. So I wouldn't. It was a successful discussion. Led in part on the city side by Meera Joshi, the deputy mayor, who's now on our board. So we didn't have to say no. We just went through it and worked it out.
And in terms of what's going on up in Albany, there is the legislation that would pay for expanded bus service before congestion pricing starts. That was a legislative proposal. It wasn't a gubernatorial proposal. Have your intergov people made it clear to the governor's office that it's something that you hope gets in the budget? Do you know what the status is? Is that going to wind up in the budget?
The executive branch has to work out with the legislative branch a lot of issues. The things that are being asked for cost money, and the executive branch is always looking at trying to keep the budget from going out of balance. So our message is, you guys work it out, but let there be no confusion. We're always happy to increase service. In part, Dave, because with the Queens bus redesign, we are identifying opportunities and an interest in increasing service to the tune of, between $10 and $20 million a year. So we like running more service. We're a transit agency, but they got to work it out.
All right, next up is Alfonso Castillo from Long Island. Alfonso.
Hi, Jana. A lot of Long Islanders are not going to be happy about the news about the congestion pricing. It remains exceedingly unpopular on Long Island. Nearly 3/4 of registered voters said they were against it in a poll. Both county executives, the entire congressional delegation.
And yet, 2 out of 3 Long Islanders on the MTA board voted for it. So
Yes,
go
and one
figure.
did not, and the only no vote came from a Long Islander. So, are the people who were opponents from Long Island, are they a lost cause? Do you hope that you can win them over once this is in place, and do you think they'll start to see the benefit of it?
Yeah, and that's been the history in other places, is that there is, there's increasing concern and anxiety among some people, drivers most of all, as you head into the moment of implementation, and then it becomes accepted, and in London, Stockholm, actually much more popular over time. Listen, our goal is, we always talk about who's being harmed by this, but one of the beneficiaries we hope and expect will be people who have to drive to the CBD for whatever reason, that they will have less traffic, they will spend less time. That's the reason the business community all over the region has supported this, because they're losing billions and billions of dollars having workers whose time is valuable sit in traffic. So we hope to win folks over as this is implemented.
If I could ask something not quite related, it's been 5 years since those huge overtime numbers that led to investigations and indictments and reforms. Overtime ticked down for a few years and now was up in 2022. And I recently looked at the 23 numbers and they're up again. Anything you could say about whether the MTA remains committed as ever to reining in overtime costs, and any explanation why those numbers have been up?
Yeah, we remain committed as ever to reining in overtime. One of the main ways we do it is to hire. All over the country, transit is having a personnel hiring challenge. We're doing a little better than most of the world, but it's still an issue. And overtime is to a great extent driven by vacancies, where you have to use existing personnel because you don't have, in effect, enough people for a job. But we're paying very, very close attention to it. One of the things that you ought to be mindful of is that running, an extra terminal, the scale of Grand Central Madison, has, challenged us in terms of staffing fully and maintaining full staffing to do all of our operations. That's obviously a special Long Island Railroad challenge.
If I could squeeze in
we gotta,
a yes or no?
We can't really squeeze because we've got somebody waiting from across the river, Larry Higgs from NJ.com. He's on Zoom. Larry, good afternoon.
Thanks, and thanks for the call from across the river. My question has to do with Governor Murphy's statement that the state will continue to fight and avail itself of every option. How do you think today's approval will bring New Jersey to the table, and are you willing to work with Governor Murphy?
Listen, Phil Murphy is a smart and a smart leader, but I have no idea how our action. We're moving forward to implement this because we've complied with every procedure and every law, and we're implementing the law of the state of New York. So I'll leave it to Governor Murphy to decide if he wants to, interfere legally or otherwise.
All right, we're going to move on because, Larry, you were breaking up. There's a connection issue. Let's go to Jose Martinez to close out the proceedings from the city. Jose, good afternoon.
Hi, Jano. Just in recent days, the subway system has experienced a significant number of incidents of people ending up on the tracks. I believe there were at least 4 in the course of 2 days, including the fatality at 125th on the Lexington Avenue line. Is this spike? Is this an unusual number? Is the MTA seeing anything new on this in terms of people ending up on the tracks and coming into contact with trains? And thank you.
So, Jose, respectfully, I think you ought to differentiate between people who put themselves in harm's way because they want to do harm themselves, which is the case with the incident, a couple of the incidents you're talking about, or people who put themselves on the track consensually, I guess, as an adventure. What I'm concerned about is riders feeling safe, and that's why we are attacking the mental health problem in the way that we've described, and that's why we are supporting the NYPD as they continue the effort to rein in subway crime and also to make riders feel much safer. Those are the two goals we have. I'm not going to associate that, the crime pushback with, people who are doing it to themselves.
And aside from that, whether it's crime or people doing it to themselves, could you speak, please, to the impact on the workforce when this sort of thing happens, whatever it may be?
Yeah, and I mean that's a legit point. That one of the cruelties of this kind of reckless behavior and even the behavior that's self-harm is that what it does to others. And a train operator who goes through something like that has a real impact, and I don't want our workers to go through that. I don't want our workers to go through that. I don't want them to be attacked, but I also don't want them to have that traumatic experience. So let's respect the folks who are doing public service and don't put them through that.
All right, thanks, Jano. Thanks, everybody, and good afternoon from Lower Manhattan.